Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are ready to commence the governing board meeting. It is 12:23 p.m. this afternoon, and we'll call the meeting to order. The date again is Wednesday, May 24th at 12:23. The first item on the agenda is the roll call. Maria, will you call the roll?
Spalding.
Here.
Mr. DeCara. Ms. Conrad Seda.
Here.
Ms. Dis.
Here.
Ms. Faustinos.
Here.
Mr. Friedrich.
Here.
Ms. Gustafson.
Here.
Mr. Hicks.
Present.
Ms. Hill.
Here.
Mr. Honigman. Ms. Lane.
Here.
Mr. Rice. Mr. Settlemeyer.
Here.
Ms. Williamson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And so no, I know that everybody in the back looks familiar and probably knows these rules, but I am going to read the rules that we operate by for today. For the members of the public who are joining us remotely, to observe the meeting, you go to trpa.gov and under the calendar header, click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for May 24th, 2023. There you'll find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address the board members directly with your comments, you can raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. To remote board members, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen, and you may not use the chat box to make any comments or have sidebar conversations. Please, everyone, remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on the background noise. Finally, I would also ask that all remote members turn on their cameras. Looks like you're all on camera. Thank you. For members of the public who are here in person today, please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. And at the appropriate time for public comment on an agenda item, please line up at the podium to speak. Board members who are in person, please raise your hand, flag me down, kick me under the table, however you want to get my attention, and I'll call on you. So with that, we'll go on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Haley to please lead us in our pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda, and I believe we have a couple staff changes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, Executive Director. Just a quick note, we are going to move through the consent calendar and move into the Lake Spirit Awards. There's one item, consent number 2, that was pulled off, and we will hear that item after the Lake Spirit Awards. And then we're going to try to move through the next 2 items under planning matters to get through the Tahoe Keys presentation before taking lunch. So avail yourselves of some snacks if you would. We have a delicious lunch for you, but some of our speakers from the Tahoe Keys need to move on to other appointments. So we're going to try to get through the Keys item, then break for lunch, and then finish the meeting. So just wanted to clarify those items. Thank you.
Does that sound okay to the board? Okay, then we will deem the agenda approved as amended for the record. And then I just want to remind us, we're still short a member. We have not replaced Bill Yates yet on the board. So I'd like to make sure that all of our California members stick with us to maintain a quorum. So we'll move to approval of the minutes, item 4 on our agenda. We have a set of minutes from April 26, 2023 on page 45 of your packets. Does any member of the committee wish to make a change? No. If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented or. Okay.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? Okay. So the motion passes. We're on to consent calendar. And as Julie mentioned, this is agenda item 5. There are 4 items on consent, one of which was reviewed by Operations and Governance Committee, and 2 of which weren't reviewed by any committee. We're already going to pull the number 2 item to talk later about that. So again, Shelley, can we have a report from Operations and Governance Committee?
Yes, Madam Chair. The committee recommends approval of the April financials. As usual, all expenditures are within budget and revenues are at or exceeding projections. A little cautionary note from Chris about the fact that planning fees are tapering off, which could affect our budget projections. The Operations Committee did hear item number 2, but elected to defer action without a recommendation based on the assumption that this item would be pulled for further discussion.
Thank you, Shelley. Consent item 3 was not reviewed by any committee. This is Zaco Enterprises LLC, Leah and Patrick Higgins, pier expansion with boat lift addition and multiple parcel pier designation, TRPA file number ERSP 2022-1117. The project location is 6160 and 6190 Westlake Boulevard in Homewood, California. APNs are 098-031-006 and 098-032-014, 98-031-005, and 098-032-013. Information on this item can be found on page 117 of your packets. Are there any questions or comments from board members on this consent item? Not seeing any. Oh, yes, John?
I guess just for the record, it's looking like it's, I'm just trying to get the total square footage of additional mass is what, 84 square feet or something. So I mean, I guess we talked about this last time. This is allowed under the new shore zone plan where parcels adjacent to this can be retired and they can do monster piers in exchange, right? So it seems like we're starting to see a lot of these size of piers with boat lifts. And is this was envisioned and intended in the shore zone plan?
Yes. But that's not an agreement to your, characterization, whether they're monster or not. But the expansion here, I think the last time we looked at one of these piers, you were concerned that it wasn't truly a reduction in development potential because of the ownership pattern of the lots. This one's a little different. There are different it's in different ownership, so it's more like a true multiple use as opposed to one family owning all, is my understanding. We also hopefully have the planner here that can answer any specific questions, but I've looked at this and the findings and the allowances, and they're all within the design criteria that we or that the board adopted as rules for the new shore zone rules.
And we don't receive any public comment from neighbors on this
We have not.
project. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll move on to consent item 4, again, was not reviewed by any committee. This is APC membership appointments for the Tahoe Basin Fire Chiefs, primary representative Chad Stephen and primary alternate Scott Lindgren and secondary alternate Jim Drennan. Information on this item can be found on page 141 of your packets. Are there any questions on this consent calendar item from board members? I'm not seeing any and none online. So now we'll go to public comment on, again, consent calendar items number 1, 3, and 4. And if any member of the public wishes to address the governing board on those items, please raise your hand now in person or by clicking the raise hand button on your Zoom screen or dialing *9 on your phone. So is there anyone here who would like to address in the public those items on consent? Not seeing any in the room. Catherine, do we have anybody online?
Madam Chair, we have no hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, and then we'll close the public comment. Last call, not seeing any. Then we'll close the public comment and I'd look for a motion to approve those 3 items.
So moved.
Thank you, Vince. And we have a motion. Is there any other discussion or questions? Otherwise, we'll call the roll. Catherine?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Faustinos,
Aye.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. So now we'll move to item 6, administrative matters. This is 6A, the Lake Spirit Awards. This is a incredible day for us to celebrate the true champions of this lake and all the efforts that go into protecting it. So I'm going to pass first to Julie Reagan, Executive Director, to introduce this item, and then she'll take it from there.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. I really just wanted to say this is one of our favorite items to bring to you. We are rotating the Lake Spirit Awards one year and the Best in the Basin the following year. So we'll have at least one meeting that's really inspiring for you. So I'm going to turn this over to per year. So we'll give this to Victoria Ortiz, our Community Engagement Manager.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you, Chair Gustafson. My name is Victoria Ortiz, and I'm the Community Engagement Manager with TRPA. And I have the honor and the privilege of presenting the 2023 Lake Spirit Awards. And in 2011, next slide, please, TRPA introduced these awards to recognize individuals in our community who show exceptional commitment to protecting Lake Tahoe, many of whom are actually in the audience right now. Over the years, we've honored 25 exemplary citizens and agency representatives who not only demonstrate a strong commitment to Lake Tahoe's environment, but also model a spirit of collaboration. And this year, our selection committee, comprised of TRPA staff and governing board member Ashley Conrad Seda, received 20 nominations. The competition was as fierce as the nominees' commitment to Lake Tahoe. And ultimately, we selected 6 individuals for awards. So you will see 1 North Shore and 1 South Shore recipient for the categories of citizen, agency representative, and a new one this year of lifetime achievement. Next slide. So to begin, we will start on the North Shore, recognizing Heidi Doyle. She was one of the first female park rangers hired by the state of California in 1980. After 32 years serving mostly the state parks in and around Lake Tahoe, she decided to retire. But for anyone who has ever met Heidi, you know that she is brimming with energy and enthusiasm. So she started her next career as the executive director of the Sierra State Parks Foundation, where she is currently employed. Her work with the foundation has raised many millions of dollars to reinvest back into Sierra parks, and the foundation has been recognized nationally as a model organization for public-private partnerships. Heidi's 45 years of dedicated service and leadership to our California state parks make her an excellent candidate for this year's Lake Spirit Award. Congratulations, Heidi. And if you want to say a word, you're welcome to.
Oh, thank you. I'll never, let me see. Wow, this kind of takes me back. Our public lands are so important to us, as we know, for our mental and our physical health. And it's just been a privilege to be in the public land sector, to push, to yank, to yell, to scream, to enjoy, to savor. What I've called the best career ever, as working for our state parks and now continuing on leading the amazing Sierra State Parks Foundation. It takes a village. This is really for everybody who's gone along with my schemes, my plans, and our vision. So this is a collective acknowledgement to the Sierra State Parks Foundation and everything we've been able to accomplish. So with great gratitude, thank you.
Yeah, one more phone.
Oh, my Lord. That's mine.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just a note, if everyone's willing to stay afterwards, we would love to get a group photo with all of the awardees outside with our chair, if you have the time. All right, next slide, please. Jean Diaz is the Executive Director of St. Joseph Community Land Trust, who recently completed construction on and sold homes to 3 local households in South Lake Tahoe. St. Joseph Community Land Trust coordinated the planning, permitting, construction, and sale of the homes. They are owned by the purchaser, and the land remains with the land trust. As a result, the homes will be permanently affordable for households earning below 120% of area median income, even when they are sold. This creates ongoing home ownership opportunities for South Lake residents that may not otherwise be able to afford a home. We are proud to honor Jean's invaluable work to preserve and expand permanently affordable homes for the Tahoe Basin's low and moderate workforce families. Congratulations, Jean. Welcome to, don't feel pressured.
Not one to shy away from comments. I'm honored with this award. However, I do want to make clear that this is really a reflection of all of the work of the board and the staff at St. Joseph Community Land Trust and the work that collectively we are doing to improve, to preserve, and to expand permanently affordable housing for the Tahoe Basin. And I am so glad to hear all of the comments about the need to do more that I heard this morning already. Again, thank you so much.
Next up, Helen Neff has been a leader on traffic safety in the Tahoe region in the past year. After being hit by a car herself while crossing a crosswalk and suffering serious injuries, Helen got to work on improving pedestrian safety in Tahoe. She reached out to Take Care Tahoe about creating a traffic safety campaign, which she funded herself. This led to the launch of the Take It Slow Tahoe campaign last year in June. Take It Slow signs are now placed around the basin and on a billboard that you can see as you approach Tahoe from Carson City. This spring, Take Care will be distributing free yard signs around the basin with the Take It Slow Tahoe message on them, the one that you see Helen holding in the picture. This campaign would not have been created without the advocacy and support of Helen Neff. And sadly, Helen was unable to make it today, but we are fortunate to have Caroline Waldman with the Tahoe Fund, who also worked on this campaign with Helen, who will be accepting the award on her behalf.
Yeah, of course. Well, obviously, I'm not Helen, so I don't have remarks prepared, but I just wanted to encourage everyone to pick up a yard sign. Have them here in the lobby, also at Rayleigh's and at the library in South Lake. So please get them and spread the word about this important campaign and this message. Thank you.
And I'll mention it's right in time for Bike Month, which is June. So feel free to grab some of these and put them in your yard. Next slide, please. The uniform room at a ski resort may seem an unlikely place for an individual to rise up as an environmental protector of our lake. However, Lila Peterson has done just that. She spent the entire season at Heavenly Ski Resort identifying waste streams that her department contributes to and working tirelessly to find solutions. On her own initiative, Lila implemented programs to keep used uniforms out of the landfill, installed a smart composter called Alomi in the employee center and taught people how to use it, recycled several pallets of plastic wrappers, organized Blue Crew trash cleanups of neighboring streets impacted by ski resort traffic, created a clothing drive to help employees without winter clothes, especially those J1 visas who are not expecting quite the big winter that we received, and volunteered to lead the resort in implementing a zero waste program. Because of Lila's astounding efforts, she was asked to serve on Heavenly's Epic Promise Carbon to Zero team, which is normally reserved for senior managers and directors. She has also received multiple nominations for Epic Service Awards. Lila, thank you for going above and beyond your regularly assigned duties to reduce waste at Heavenly. You truly embody the lake spirit. Congratulations.
I guess I don't really have much to say, but just it's such an honor to be recognized in the same group as the few people we've already mentioned. So just thank you for that. Thank you for nominating. Thank you.
Last one, thank you. Great, thanks.
Thank you, thanks, Lila. Next slide, please. Forest health and wildlife habitat improvement have always been top priorities to Mr. Roland Shaw. He joined the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team in 2003 after a 30-year career with the USDA Forest Service, where he led fuel reduction and forest enhancement projects. He also conducted the first ever prescribed burn prescription for 100 acres in the Tunnel Creek area near Incline, successfully and safely. Near the end of his career, he also designed and conducted a helicopter removal of overstocked material for 500 acres of critical forest around the north and west sides of the Spooner Lake Basin. The multi-million-dollar Spooner Landscape Resilience Project costs were offset by timber sales, and the use of helicopters greatly reduced the level of impact to the landscape. As we celebrate Wildfire Awareness Month, which you will hear about later today, it is most timely to bestow a Lake Spirit Award to Roland to acknowledge his myriad contributions to making Tahoe's forests more resilient. Congratulations, Roland.
I don't know where my wife found that young picture of me either. This is a very special award, and I graciously accept it on the behalf of many other people that contributed to our efforts on doing the work that we did on the east shore of the lake. And I'm just glad that I was able to spend time in this wonderful environment and make a contribution. That's so pain, I got two sore hands.
One more.
Congratulations. Next slide, please. Last but certainly not least, we recognize Don Lane. Don is one of the longest serving Forest Service staff in the entire country. Don is responsible for maintaining recreation sites and crews that patrol Desolation Wilderness. And he corrected me out there. I had said 30 years of service and he said, oh honey, no, it's 50. So Don's dedication to Tahoe over the last 50 plus years has connected countless numbers of people to the outdoors. His colorful storytelling brings history to life and inspires everyone to be a steward of the Tahoe Basin. For years, Don shared his knowledge of Tahoe with the public on his radio segment, Tales of Tahoe, where he weaved historical and cultural facts along with humor and personal anecdotes. Don is apparently not planning to retire this year, which is excellent. So we still wanted to take this opportunity to honor you with a Lake Spirit Award. Thank you for your decades of service, Don, and we hope to see you on the trail soon.
As far as all of you, this old veteran ranger wants to express very sincerely from my heart my admiration and appreciation for all that you do to help preserve our beautiful, precious, sensitive, fragile Lake Tahoe. It takes all of us to be part of it. And you're talking to the ranger who's responsible for all the Jimmer Forest land around Tahoe. everything from Mice Country, Desolation Wilderness, Emerald Bay, all the way to the Luther Pass on the south end to you'll love this one, the nude sunbathing beaches on the east shore of Lake Tahoe, where the majority of people down there are wearing their birthday suit when they go down to visit the forest. Literally, they're there. As well as the North Shore and Mount Watson, all that. So I have all that in my career. Got everything from bears to, well, Hell's Angels in my face, threatening to bury me upside down in the sand, to the President of the United States. When Clinton and Gore came here back in the late 1990s, I had to babysit them. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of similarity between the president and Hell's Angels, but the things you get exposed to as a ranger in Tahoe, and one of the gifts is to be here, to be appreciated, and also to remind myself of the enormous complexity of everything in your hearts you're trying to deal with. Bless your hearts, you are a golden gift to Lake Tahoe, and thank you for this.
Get a picture of you.
I'm getting hammered.
Thank you.
Done. Congratulations. Congratulations once again to all of our recipients. And we'll go take a quick photo outside if that's okay with you, Chair. Okay, great.
You. No, we're good. We're good. Okay, so we will move back now to the item that was skipped over on consent. We took it off consent to hear it now, and that's item number 2. The release of Placer County Water Quality Mitigation Funds for the Kings Beach Water Quality Improvement Project.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, Stephanie Holloway with Placer County, Deputy CEO. I'm happy to be here and present, I think, just kind of an overview of this project for you. As Chair Gustafson has expressed, we are here to just ask for release of $500,000 of air quality mitigation funds for a project in the Kings Beach area. So let me give you just a little overview of this. We're excited about this project. This area of Sea-Cline basically is a high-use rec area for us. A lot of access there to the lake, need for improvement from a water quality perspective. The other part of this project that we'll talk about a little bit is a roadway that's sort of perpendicular to Sea-Cline, which you see here on the screen, is called Brockway Avenue, and that is a dirt, unimproved roadway. And so that's part of this project from a water quality perspective. We're really excited about this. It's, seemingly a, sort of uncomplicated project from a pavement perspective of a roadway. These are basically paper streets, right of ways that are in the control of the county. We're looking to pave that from a water quality perspective. And in doing so, we're reorganizing and sort of formalizing some of the parking that's occurring in this area from an access and residential perspective. So I think one of the things I just want to highlight is just the sensitivity of the adjacent uses. There are some existing residential uses on the Brockway Avenue street. Adjacent to the Sea-Cline street, we have a property that is owned by the North Tahoe PUD immediately adjacent, and their pump station. And then also CTC has some land in the area too. So a lot of discussion with those partners has occurred over the number of years. So I am joined, I believe, online with from our Public Works group, Greg Kevney. He's the engineer on the project. He'll be able to give you any detailed questions, answer any of those detailed questions you have. So just to highlight, again, these are 2 streets, 40-foot wide road right of ways. We're improving them with a 20-foot wide road generally, and about 10 parking spaces. Just to kind of hit some of the highlights, this project definitely achieves our environmental goals. It improves the pavement. It does also advance some of our other initiatives in the region. We are looking to advance a parking management program into the future, and we do anticipate these new parking spaces along Seacline to be part of that strategy. So better managing, better sort of controlling the access point and the parking. You'll see a hammerhead on the south, sort of the south end of this exhibit. We anticipate that as a turnaround area, but we do also see that from a micro transit perspective. TART Connect, bringing people to this access point, alternative to the parking, and in order to sort of facilitate, alternative modes into these areas. So I'm just going to touch a little bit about the history of this project. There's a long history, so timeline. This Seacline portion of the Kings Beach Water Quality Improvement Project was identified as a phase. The water quality project was initiated and became a project back in 2003. So a long history, 20-year history on the water quality improvements. This is essentially a phase of that. In 2008, the environmental document for that bigger project was approved by the Placer County Board of Supervisors. In 2013, like I said, Seacline was identified as just a phase of implementation. In 2017, the area plan, the Placer County area plan was adopted by your board and the Placer County Board. And then we really, I think in the last 3 or 4 years have gone to work to try to get this to implementation. So we are at the very end stage, looking to go to our board in June for award of a contract. We have released, solicitation for bids. Those bids have been opened. I'm happy to say that the lowest bidder is a local and has come in under our engineer's estimate. So a lot of wins from this perspective. I'll talk a little bit about our engagement over the last year or so. We did have a town hall, which was hosted by our District 5 supervisor back in May of 2022. And this project was highlighted as part of our public works booth. In August of last year, we did do a number of meetings with the North Tahoe Business Association, as well as the North Tahoe PUD and their board. So some outreach from a recent perspective to those boards. We have met with the Economic Vitality Committee, and I understand that you have received some letters from them and some concerns that we'll probably discuss today, but we have met with them most recently, done 2 site walks with them, really trying to address and understand any additional amendments or considerations that we might include. And so, I'll just sort of close by saying, our next steps, like I said, we are ready to go to the Board of Supervisors to award the contract for construction. So this is just sort of a final step of bringing all the funds together so that we can go to construction this summer. We are very much understanding of the concerns that you'll hear from EVC today. We have met with them and really tried to incorporate many of their requests, from bike racks to location of the road. And so we're happy to address any concerns that your board may have for these funds. And like I said, really excited to move this project forward.
Thank you. Does staff, TRPA staff want to address this? We kind of jumped into any further comments. Then we'll go to any questions from the board, or would you like to hear the concerns from the public first? Yeah. Okay. So let's go. Anybody present in the room with a comment on this project? And we'll go online.
Madam Chair, we have 2 hands raised online. The first hand up was Danielle Hughes. Danielle, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for having me today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So as we mentioned in our letter, we really do appreciate the work that Placer County has, been doing with us, trying to communicate. But in reality, we haven't really had our questions answered fully. And so that is really what we, I think, are asking for here today. We're not trying to stop the project. We are looking forward to a positive outcome and investment and improving water quality. However, we do have some concerns that the project is not aligning with our area plan and your area plan for that matter. We're not asking for you to not approve the funding. We are asking for you to condition the project to assure that it gets built in a manner that is consistent with that plan. The NTPUD board did not move forward with a license agreement for the initial project. I am a board member of that district. We've decided to shift. We are going to work with Conservancy and Placer County to really look at planning effort for those properties. But this is an important project that needs to consider those future projects that are moving forward. We're asking you, because it did not go through a proper design review of Placer County, to just condition the project to assure that we are aligning with those visions in that plan. So thank you for your time. Thank you for considering our comments, and we look forward to working with you more.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Do we have another commenter?
Yes, Madam Chair, the last hand raised is Andrew Ryan. Andrew, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Okay, can you hear me there?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Andrew Ryan from Kings Beach, local civil engineer and economic vitality committee member. And I'd just like to echo a few of Danielle's comments and then just build on it slightly. You know, we've been advocating in Kings Beach with our group for a number of years for walkability, livability, and you know, as part of that advocacy, right? I think we can all recognize that the development patterns that are around Tahoe are very, very automobile centric, and we're all working to change that. So with our advocacy, we're pushing really hard to try to bring balance and continue to bring elements of our plans, specifically the Tahoe Basin Area Plan and the shared use trail that represent thousands of hours of community engagement from broad stakeholders. We want to see more emphasis on that than parking in this spot. And so that's why we've been advocating, and it's okay as an advocacy group that we don't always agree with Placer County, but we do want to recognize that our work with the Department of Public Works, specifically with Rebecca Tabor, has felt very positive and things are moving in the right direction. But we do want to have some assurances with funding and moving forward, since the project is already out to bid and potentially awarded, that it will reflect our concerns that are in the area plan. And I think an easy way to do that would be to have Placer County Planning Department review the project as a condition. Or since it's a joint document, the area plan with TRPA, have either the EIP permit that will be written for this, provide conditions to make sure that we can accommodate the boardwalk, that the wanted water quality improvements aren't inhibiting the boardwalk. And we really need to see that layout to be sure. And then if we are formalizing parking, that kind of triggers this parking facility requirements within the area plan, that we get the things that come along with that, which are screening, adequate trash and screen trash enclosures, screening from the scenic side of the lake as well. So our ask is to have you support this project from a water quality perspective, and then also support our work with the area plan. So I really appreciate you all taking it off consent and hearing from us today and reviewing our letter. And that'll close my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Are there any other commenters?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, then I'll look to the board. Do you have any questions or comments you'd like answered by county or TRPA staff? Yes.
Cindy, if you don't mind. This is Shelley Aldine for the record. I guess because I have not driven this area, Stephanie, maybe you can come back to the podium. I know you're familiar with this letter from the Economic Vitality Committee. And on the third page, it says our review of the TBAP and vision plans would expect the following to be part of the lower Seaclane project documents, project elements we would like to see include. I don't know if you've had a chance to review these.
Yes, I have.
Are these achievable? Are they inconsistent with the project that you want to advance today? Or is there room for, to accommodate some of these recommendations?
Yeah, and I might lean on Greg from our Public Works team, because I haven't been immediately involved in those conversations. But to my understanding of some of the asks that that Andrew and Danielle have elevated here today, really relying on the language in the area plan. And as you all know, the area plan is a land use document. Many of those standards apply to private development or development of lands. This is a county road right of way. And so not that we can't elevate those things, but it doesn't necessarily one for one apply to a road improvement project which is sort of what this is evolved into. So I don't know if Greg has any additional comments on that, but we have, from my understanding, agreed to bring in bike racks so that we make sure that we're, incentivizing as many alternative modes as possible to the area. And we have worked really hard to better align that Brockway Avenue. Like I said, it's a 40-foot wide road right of way. It's a 20-foot wide road. So it has the opportunity to sort of move to the north or to the south in our design. The Economic Vitality Committee has really helped us shape, essentially where that would be ultimately located. The desire is to have this boardwalk, this future boardwalk, which is in the area plan on the north side of the road. So on the north side would be the boardwalk. Then we would have a 20-foot wide road, and then immediately adjacent to homes, there's about a 6-foot buffer or, roadside on the south side. So that is the current plan that we would like to bring forward, and that it is something that we've bid just a little differently, but my understanding is that that could be covered through a change order. I don't know if Greg had any other comments.
The only thing I might add is, after looking through and hearing the comment from Alyssa this morning and rereading the paragraph from the NTBA Economic Vitality Committee letter, asking in summary, we ask that TRPA enact conditions on the water quality funding and EIP permit that address the following. Of the bullet points that are presented, any of the bullet points that relate to the boardwalk are something that have been presented just exactly as they are asking for the condition to be levied upon. So we've already met those requirements. Aside from allowing for a 13 to 15 foot of appropriate width, we've done what we feel is the best conditions for both the residents out there and the visitors, and have reduced it to 12 feet. So they were asking for 13, we're at 12. We feel like that's a compromise that works for everyone. The only other one that I might defer back to Stephanie would be requiring a comprehensive operations and maintenance plan with responsibilities. And I think we're heading in that direction. Stephanie can again mention that. And then the first bullet point, ensuring consistency with requirements for parking facilities or parallel parking per the basin area plan. We've done what we feel makes an adequate project by presenting the perpendicular parking that we have out there, not adding any spaces from what we have now, and allowing people to turn around. Within the county, we have a design exception request, which would allow us to deviate from the basin area plan slightly to do that perpendicular parking. And altogether, feel like we have a well-supported project from the public. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I'll add, I mean, we are definitely amenable to doing some kind of operations plan. I think they make a lot of good points, from the snow removal needs into the future to just, the overall coordination with the neighboring entities. Like I said, NTPUD has a pump station there, and CTC also has land. So definitely amenable to putting together some kind of management plan. I will mention, the area plan standard that does talk about parallel parking. We are proposing perpendicular parking. If we can bring back up the exhibit. So there's 10 spaces of perpendicular parking to the exception request. And I'll put my traffic engineer hat on here for a minute. The intent of that language in the area plan was really intended for a through street. This is a dead end street. It is more of a parking lot in its ultimate configuration than a through street. So really came down to more of a safety issue of the parallel parking being a bit more of a safe entry and exit onto a through public street as opposed to perpendicular parking. But we do think that this achieves the goals of the project better than having a number of different, I think there's 10 spaces. I would estimate we'd probably be only be able to get about 3 from a parallel perspective. So.
Any other board member questions, comments? Not seeing any? Okay. And we've heard from the public, so would anybody care to make a motion?
Let me write a motion here. This would be a motion to approve the release subject to the conditions contained in this memorandum and a commitment from Placer County that the proposed project will be consistent with the area plan as appropriate and applicable.
Yes.
Can I
Sure.
Yes.
chime in on that? Only because that it's already a determination for the release that it's consistent. So that condition doesn't, in and of itself, doesn't add anything.
Well, what it does is give some assurance to the folks who are complaining that certain elements have not been incorporated in connection pursuant to the area plan, that in fact, the area plan will be followed where appropriate. Now, there's some changes, obviously, that Stephanie has just addressed with respect to the orientation of the parking. That's why I added as applicable, which gives them a little flexibility to meet the spirit of the area plan, if not the letter of the area plan.
So my only concern is that by including that condition, you somehow are assuming that it's not already consistent with the applicable area plan.
Well, I don't think it is in terms of the orientation of the parking, though. Isn't that what Stephanie just said at the mic?
No, she says it is consistent.
Well, in terms of
Jane.
orientation, go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, the area plan language does say on public roadways that it would be parallel. So there is a design exception process that we would be going through to recognize the current proposed configuration.
Right. So I wanted to build in some flexibility. It may be not consistent entirely with the area plan based on the modification that they're recommending, but it's justified. Anyway, that's my motion. You don't have to vote for it.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Aldine. Are there any questions or comments on that? Otherwise, I'll call the roll.
Do you need to restate it for the, because it sounded like you modified it. I wasn't sure exactly. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that they knew exactly what
Does
it
it need to
was.
be clarified?
I think we can get it off of the
Okay.
the recording. So what
Okay.
exactly it was.
Okay. Will you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Then we'll move on. You want me to keep going quickly, right? Okay, 7A, resolution in support of the Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign, May through October 2023. Information on this item can be found on page 143. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, you may raise your hand in person or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. Julie, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, before you read that resolution into the record, which is on page 143 of the packet, I will just say we've been hearing consistently the concern around fire and evacuation, and that we all know the importance of community education around this. So wanted to say thank you to this board for raising awareness in the form of this resolution, and to also remember it was about 16 years ago in June when we had the Angora wildfire. Many of us were involved in that in some way, shape, or form. and of course, Caldor fire just recently in 2021. And we've seen public education ebb and flow over that period of time. And it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that the community is engaged in this, that since 90% roughly of wildland fires are human caused. And I'm really proud to report, as was reported in our recent column, that there are now about 65 neighborhoods that are either fire adapted or fire wise communities in Lake Tahoe. So we're seeing a real uptick. So let's keep that going. And I appreciate the board's commitment to this issue through the form of our wildfire committee and Chair Hicks and all the many other endeavors that this board has been working on for the last 16 years. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'll read the resolution as it appears in our packet. Resolution in support of Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign, May through October 2023. Whereas wildfire is a growing threat that significantly impacts Lake Tahoe's environmental, economic, and social well-being. And whereas TRPA is a founding member and active partner on the Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team, which includes all local fire protection districts, the states through various agencies, including the California Tahoe Conservancy and the Nevada Division of Forestry, the USDA Forest Service, and local governments at Lake Tahoe. And whereas in 2021, the 220,000 acre Caldor fire crossed the Sierra Nevada, burning nearly 10,000 acres in the Tahoe Basin and prompted the evacuation of approximately 30,000 Lake Tahoe residents. And whereas partners have worked collaboratively to treat more than 70,000 acres of forest for hazardous fuels reduction since the Angora wildfire of 2007, and more than 92,000 acres overall. And whereas years of coordinated work by property owners and the Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team partners to thin forests, create defensible space, harden homes, and prepare for wildfire, combined with the heroic work of firefighters, saved Lake Tahoe communities from the Caldor fire. And whereas residents must prepare to survive future wildfire by ensuring proper management of vegetation surrounding the home and appropriate home construction and maintenance to resist ignition, and whereas residents need to work together to prepare their homes and communities to survive wildfire and commit to becoming fire adapted. And whereas residents can save precious time in an evacuation by preparing a go bag and family evacuation plan ahead of time. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency adopts this resolution to support the Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign theme, Protect Our Home, Prepare for Wildfire, from May to October 2023 as a means for education and a call for residents of the Lake Tahoe region to work together to be ready for wildfire. So with that, do we have any questions or comments? Okay, then we'll go to the public for any comment on this item. Anybody on Zoom?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment. If there's no other comments from the board, I'd ask for a motion to approve this resolution.
Most approved.
Thank you. Will we call the roll?
Ms. Conrad Seda. Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos.
Sorry. I meant to say yes. I'm sorry. I couldn't get off mute.
Thank you.
This is Belinda. Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyre,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move on then to item 7B. And this is the Tahoe Keys Control Methods Test Project Update. Information on this item can be found on page 145 of our packet. As a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, we'll call on you to raise your hands virtually or in person to share your comments. So Dennis, welcome and thanks for your patience today. We're there.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Dennis Abaglo, Aquatic Invasive Species Program Manager for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And yes, Miss Aldine, I did get a haircut yesterday specifically for these proceedings. The mustache is to exonerate our new bike to work team, the Dirt Mustaches. So I am the mascot for that team. All kidding aside, I'm eager to share an update with you on the Tahoe Keys Lagoons Aquatic Weeds Control Methods Test. Just finished the first year, about to embark on the second year of the test. It's a major accomplishment in finding solutions to our biggest problem in the Tahoe Keys. Next slide, please. So I'll be providing an overview of the project, setting some context, then I'll turn it over to the band here. Pete Wolcott, who's the Water Quality Committee Chair for the Tahoe Keys Property Owners Association. He'll provide some context on the commitment and the journey that TKPOA has been on to this point. And then Dr. Lars Anderson, who's a science consultant for TKPOA, will provide some updates on the actual progress that was made this past year and some observations that we obtained. And then finally, Jesse Patterson with the League to Save Lake Tahoe, who will give some perspectives from the league, talk about the importance and some complementing efforts that are going in and around the Keys. Next slide. So what is the Tahoe Keys Control Methods Test, or the CMT, or maybe just the test? It's a large scale test project to address the weed infestation in the Tahoe Keys, curly pond weed, Eurasian water milfoil, and a native species at problematic levels called coontail. Those are our target species. But we're trying to find solutions for this infestation. It's 170 acres. If you see there are two red boxes, the one in the middle is about 6 acres in size. That represents our largest completed project to date at Emerald Bay, as a reminder. And then down below is a long rectangle encircling portions of Lake Talac, which is about 17 acres in size, which is roughly the same size as a project we're working on right now at Taylor Talac. So with the Tahoe Keys project at Tahoe Keys infestation at 170 acres, these are 30 and 10 times larger than those two projects we've embarked on in the past. Next slide, please. So just to remind you, this is an innovative approach on multiple levels. One, we're using innovative tools, one pioneered here in Lake Tahoe with ultraviolet light using to treat in the target species. And then also the one-time use of aquatic herbicides. That's never been tried before, to use it in a one-time application, then follow up with non-chemical methods for the long term to control that infestation. So you can see we have the bottom barriers, UV light and diver-assisted suction there, some of the examples. Next slide. So some of the milestones we've had to get to this point, it really starts with the success of the AIS program, starting with the boat inspection program, being able to prevent new invaders from coming in, allowing us to then focus on the species that we had prior to the inspection program being in place, achieving that localized eradication, gaining credibility, allowing funding to come through to allow us to start tackling these larger infestations. Then, of course, a commitment by the Property Owners Association. Without their commitment and fortitude to move forward, we wouldn't be here today. And also bringing funding by assessing themselves to provide the needed funding for this project. A stakeholder committee that was formed as a result of this complex and somewhat controversial project, ensuring transparency, that the public process is robust. And then that is where the idea of a test came from, is with that stakeholder committee. And then that led to the comprehensive environmental analysis with significant amount of data collection done prior to establish a baseline. And then assessing the range of alternatives, which it does include a no project alternative. And that is the one alternative that the analysis concluded would have the greatest harm to the lake. So doing nothing is not an option. And then ultimately it concluded that the CMT as proposed could be implemented safely. And it recognized several redundant protections and mitigations that you can see here listed here. I'll just touch on a couple of them, with treating early when biomass is low, so you don't have excess nutrients entering the system. Also having double turbidity curtains to ensure any herbicides were staying within the treatment areas. On-call divers to assess anything in the water. And I'll skip a couple of them, but independent monitoring by TRPA. So TRPA provided that kind of third party oversight of the monitoring. And then in January of 2022, unanimous decisions by both this board and the Lahontan board to memorialize those mitigations. And that led to a lot of work and collaboration and coordination to get the project on the ground in almost a year ago today. So next slide. So what has TRPA's role been in this? Of course, regulatory. We need to issue a permit and make sure our thresholds are being met and achieved. This project does that on multiple levels, not only to ensure that potential impacts aren't realized, but also this project is a restoration project or leading to a restoration project. Next slide. And then making sure this project achieves our program goals of the AIS program, achieving localized eradication predominantly inside the entire lake, but also reducing invasive species within the Tahoe Keys to a considerable level. Next. Engaging stakeholders. We've had numerous opportunities for the public to participate, provide input, provide comment, and learn about the project. And next slide. And that independent monitoring I mentioned. This slide here is a picture of the entire Keys. All of the colored shapes, polygons, are all the different treatment areas looking at the herbicides, UV light, combinations thereof. And then all of those little dots represent the monitoring pieces that we took on with various aspects of water quality, herbicide degradation, fate and transport, nutrient levels, making sure that mitigations were implemented if needed based on the results. And then of course, efficacy, looking at the plant species and how they responded to those treatments. And I think I'm ready to turn it over to Pete. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate it. Yeah, I wanted to start by walking the board through the wild ride from permit approval to the start of the test, and then give you sort of a brief overview of how the summer went, not from a scientific perspective, but more from a homeowner's perspective. But first, the obligatory disclaimer. I've been chairman of the TKPOA Water Quality Committee for a couple of years, and I sit on the association board. But I'm a volunteer and I'm an amateur amongst professionals here. So please judge my performance here accordingly. So, the Keys we've been at this weed game for like 50 years. And I think for more than 20 years, we've had, some dedicated homeowners and professionals like Dr. Anderson here working to understand the problem, bring attention to the problem, and get some help. And then that got us to this great 5-year collaborative effort. And then we're given 12 weeks to implement the test. It was pretty crazy. So we'll just, next slide, please. This is the schedule for the first half, and I'm not going to walk you through it, but I remember once we got started, right? Because you have the Lahontan approval and then this body's approval. And then of course the TKPOA board has to give it an okay and provide the funding to proceed. I was asked a couple times, you guys have been working on this for 5 years. Why aren't you ready to go? And I think there's a couple of answers, one obvious, maybe one not so obvious. And there's no money for implementation until the project's approved. And in our case, absolutely zero until we got your permit approved. And so there really was no funding and no resources to go much farther. The thing that was a surprise to me as we were working through the permit process and getting to the point where we could start the project was that this was a controversial project, and it was very difficult to get anyone, agencies, individuals, to talk in detail about the specifics. And so it was almost out of necessity that we were waiting for the final okay before we could really get into it. But whatever, on the calendar, there's 12 weeks from the final approval until the permit window to implement. And so we had a very simple choice. We either get ready in 12 weeks or it's a year in 12 weeks. And the latter just didn't seem right at all. Next slide, please. So were things a little bit wobbly during this period within the TKPO? Yeah, I'd say they were. We had no less than 5 project reviews, go, no go meetings from February through May. In February, we gave this project about a 50% probability of getting to the start line. And I'll explain what we were looking at to get there. And we were looking at about $1 million just from the association, just from the homeowners. By May, the good news is we were up to 80 to 90% on our confidence level. The bad news is we were looking at $2 million and didn't have those funds organized or behind us at that point. And this is where I personally got a great nudge from Director Marquetta. We had a little phone call. Kim brokered that. Thank you very much, Kim. And we talked about the obvious stuff. Hey, we got momentum. We've just spent $1 million on implementation, and a lot of that's not recoverable if we don't pull it off. So, that was the obvious stuff. But I think what really got me, I came from a semiconductor background where, semiconductor manufacturer, everything's got to be perfect. And Director Marquetta convinced me this is a field project. We're ready to go. We got a great team, and we're going to react to problems as they occur, and we're going to adapt, and let's just get on with it. And that was good enough for me. Fortunately, it was good enough for the board, and we pushed forward to our last go, no go. Next slide, please. So while we're doing about a year's work in 12 weeks, we came up with, we had to get through this list of what we call the 7 miracles. And the first one was water depth in the lagoons. And it's really, there's a logistical side of this, boats in and out, launch ramps, treatment along the shorelines, just did we have enough water to do the job that we need to do? And then there was also a scientific element of this, are we going to get results that are repeatable and useful for the future, so on and so forth. There was no hard and fast level here. We'll go to the next slide. No hard and fast limit, but you can see on the left side of this slide, we thought that the depth equivalent was 6224 was about the minimum. And you can see we were right there. And the lake was falling and we were spending money and so on and so forth. I think everybody knows winter came in April, thank God. And we got another half a foot after that. So we made it past miracle number 1. Next slide. I'll combine miracles number 2 and number 3. The water temperature needed to be above 16 degrees centigrade. And Dr. Anderson, I'll leave the explanation to Dr. Anderson. But it had to happen before we could begin the test. But that also had to happen while the lake was still rising. We go to the next slide. If you put those 2 things together, based on all of the information we had, it translates to something just slightly less than about a 2-week window in the last half of May. And everything has to be ready and the meteorological conditions have to align or we don't have a test. Let's go on to miracle number 4. Contractors, RFPs, contracts, all kinds of I's to dot, T's to cross, plus training and orientation and, getting people on the job site. Next slide. I think we had 12 contractors, more than 100 people on the water. And I think by all measures, we ended up with a great team. So we made it past miracle number 4, I think with flying colors. Next slide. Turbidity curtains and boat barriers. So these are the physical elements that defined our test site and very important part of our mitigation efforts. Beyond just the physical, there's also the procedural element. We needed policy procedures, homeowner communication, tags on doors, all kinds of soft stuff to ensure that the physical barriers would do their job. I've got a map here. It's a little different than the one that Dennis showed. Yep, there we go. 25 test sites but organized into 3 areas, right? So we get a green area in Lake Talac, which is not connected to the lake. It was a test area. We've got a yellow area in the southeastern part of the Keys, and then the red area over on the west side. Within each of these areas, boating and all water activities was completely restricted. And we had to ensure that, you know, homeowners understood that and complied with those rules. On the next slide, I've got a photograph here, and you can see there's 2 yellow lines. That's the double turbidity curtain. We put a nice fence up so that, you know, late Saturday night after a couple of adult beverages, no boaters accidentally wandered into the curtains. But, you know, this was quite a project. And as you can see the slide, this one got installed in the area B on May 16th, basically 1 week before the test was to begin. So we just made it on this one, but I think we certainly get better than passing marks. Next slide. Monitoring and mitigation specs. Again, I mentioned that we weren't able to dive into the details of a lot of this stuff until the permits were approved. So there was a tremendous amount of detail that had to get run to ground. The monitoring specs in particular were in flux right up until the 11th hour of the start. And, you know, we had all kinds of logistical constraints, basically number of hours in the day, you know, number of arms and legs on the team, that sort of thing. But, you know, we had to, standard water quality monitoring has to occur between 11 a.m. and 2 in the afternoon. And so that means there aren't 24 hours in that day. There's only 3 hours in that day. And, you know, boat launching and boats inside the restricted area and outside, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all kinds of logistic issues that made this really quite a puzzle to put together. And I think I'll go to the next slide where we've got the map that Dennis showed. And it was really incredible teamwork that got this pulled together. And Dennis and Dennis's team were instrumental in making this happen. And one of our contractors, I think, had tremendous influence in getting this done. So we're pretty proud of that result. And then the 7th miracle here is flow. Last but not least, we had to prove that we had flow into the lagoons. Let's go to the next one. The Keys invested in this really incredible state-of-the-art Doppler device to measure flow. We thought we were really going to understand the flow. Murphy struck right after the order was placed. I think FedEx lost it twice. It arrived. The cable was too short to reach the power supply we had, and we got it in the water and had to be repositioned, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the real problem was that it didn't work. And it didn't work because it sends a sonar signal into the lake and into the lagoons and figures out what the flow is. The problem is it saw the lake very differently than it saw the lagoons, and it just couldn't sort out the data. So next slide. What do you do? Fortunately, we had a meter off, you know, on the shelf in the water quality department. Simple, very simple approach. Put the meter on a pole, get it to the bottom, 3 depths from an anchored barge. And I actually think we were really lucky on this because we learned a ton that we wouldn't have gotten from a Doppler device trying to measure thousandths of a foot per second of flow. And I think, you know, this might be where my colleagues say, Pete, enough on flow. I get it. So I find this profoundly interesting, and I was personally involved, but I'm kind of beaten on flow for another reason here. We came within an eyelash of not implementing this project for this specific variable. We met the conditions. We're very happy about it. It's great. But I'm not sure that this variable deserved the weight that it got. I think it boiled down to something slightly better than a coin toss for a variable that I think, now that we have some data on what happens in the channel, likely didn't have much of a potential impact on the test. Again, I'm here to ask tough questions. I don't have the answers, but it's just something to think about as we go forward. We need to look at all of these mitigation measures very, very carefully. So why don't we go a couple slides forward? So we made it past the 7 miracles. I wanted to parse them because they really fall into 2 distinct categories. We were lucky with the weather. There's just no question about it. Thank God we were. The issues on the right, I mean, this is just hard work, competence, great process. The team did a fantastic job. So I think kudos to the team. Next slide. So in terms of results, 75,000 data points, 90% of what we're trying to collect. Dr. Anderson is going to tell you a little bit about what that meant. And no herbicides got anywhere near the lake. We took the permit very, very seriously. And I think on behalf of the TKPOA and all the people involved, we feel pretty good because we met our commitments to the public and the stakeholders and the permit itself. But unfortunately, the summer was not without issue. The weather was, we got lucky with the late winter. The weather was horrible during the month of June. I think we had 5 gales. But fortunately, the team was ready. We reacted, we responded, did a pretty good job of that. The economics were tough. This project, 3-year cost is going to be 4 times what the TKPOA budgeted. We've managed to close 75% of the gap, but I'm still pounding the pavement in the Keys on that one. And then, the extended boating closure was a real issue. I think many owners lost the summer, and a few of them suffered economic loss because of rentals and some other things. So we certainly had more than a little bit of grumbling. And then just to add insult to injury, water quality because of the extended closure degraded to a level that was really unacceptable. And I've got a couple slides on that. Let's move forward. Personally, this is the toughest one of all. I stood up in front of the homeowners in February and said, I think we can get this done and get out of jail in 3 to 5 weeks. We were modeling herbicide degradation down to 1/10 of the safe drinking water level. It's just what we did. It's a fact. And that supported 3 to 5 weeks. When we put the procedures together, we said, we probably need we'll add a couple weeks pad to that. And we came up with this is going to be a closure through mid-July. And we felt we could make that. Homeowners would lose 4th of July, but it's not the end of the world. This is a major project. By the 3rd week in June, we realized that wasn't going to happen. We moved the date to the middle of August. By August 1st, we were worried about snow and ice and could we get boats out of the restricted areas, before winter came, kind of thing. In the end, it was 15 weeks. And as I said, quite painful. Then I got a photograph here, Murphy wasn't done with us. Next slide, please. We had really extensive algae blooms in area A for a couple of weeks in August. I don't want to confuse these with HABs. Lars will talk about that. These were just extensive algae blooms, but there were some areas of the Keys that were virtually uninhabitable for a couple of weeks. People had to leave town because of the smell, the odor, so on and so forth. So it was a pretty rough summer. So where does that leave us? We have not lost sight of the goal. We TKPOA team, we're in this for the prize, and the prize is this long-term control solution for weeds. And it needs to be environmentally sound. It needs to be economically viable, and it needs to be permittable. And I think a measure of how we feel and our commitment, starting, I think, in late October, I had to roll out a referendum to the homeowners to fund the second year. And while there was lots of grumbling and groaning about, you know, some of the obstacles we faced, the members voted to support this project by greater than 4-1 margin. So everybody gets it. This is a big deal and we want to be behind it. And just taking that one step further, in our most recent budget, our board approved funding to kick off another water quality project that would like to be collaborative, would relate to our circulation and treatment system, addressing long-term nutrients. I think that's going to be an important feedback mechanism for the weeds once we get them under control. So what I'd like to do is kind of close with the toughest question I get from members, which is what guarantee is there? And we don't know what the answer looks like yet. That's the purpose of the test. And it's a 3-year test. So we've got a ways to go. But I think, you know, I'm confident we're going to come up with something. We got a great team. And yeah, we need to finish the job. So before I hand it over to Lars, I wanted to do one other thing. I know I'm over my time. I apologize. On the behalf of the water quality team and the association board, I really want to thank the TRPA and this group for your support of this project. We really appreciate it. It's a big deal. Yep. And I have to acknowledge the team. Top down, Julie, Kim, Dennis, Emily, and we're just getting to know Kat. These are great folks, professional, hardworking. Yeah, so thank you. And with that, Dr. Anderson.
And I would second Pete's comment about the team. Emily and Dennis, these guys are great to work with. I'm going to be really brief because you're getting grumbling for lunch. I'm sure of that. I want to cut through some of my slides. I'll cut them out, but I do want to cover a couple of things. One is, most importantly, the effectiveness of the treatment. That's really what this was all about. What do those treatments do to the plants we're trying to control out there? The monitoring was really intensive. A couple of things I'll say about that. Pete alluded to it. We had some elevated nutrients in the herbicide treatment areas and somewhat in the UV treatment areas as well. Not that much, but it did create a major problem in area A that he was talking about. We did comply with the permit. We got our permit submitted and our report submitted March 15th on time, 162 pages, 35 appendices, a lot of work and a lot of good data, which you don't have time to get into today. That's for sure. And we're going into the 2-year planning mode. But I'm going to go to the next slide and to introduce you to this slide. It's a little bit busy, but it does summarize what happened to the treatments and how they affected the plants. First of all, anything green is good. When you see a green arrow, that's good on this slide. Our metrics were, could we produce this vessel hull clearance to make navigation possible in the Keys? That's important. Secondly, our metric was to reduce the biovolume by 75%. Notice there's some green arrows on that. And thirdly, we're trying to encourage the desirable native plants to do better in the Keys than they are doing right now. They're being outcompeted by those invasive plants. So on the left-hand side of the treatments, and I'll simply point out a couple of things. The indethol only treatment, one of our herbicides, was pretty much 100% control across all of our target species. It did produce the vessel hull clearance we needed, and it also left our native desirable native plant alone. It's recovering nicely this year, as a matter of fact. The triclopyr treatment alone was a very selective treatment, only aimed at controlling Eurasian water milfoil. So it did not control the other plants. The reason we use that is because it's a systemic, it gets into the roots and rhizomes, you get a longer effect. So if you look at the map up there, the chart, you'll see that it actually didn't get a green on the biovolume reduction because the other plants grew. It did get 100% control, 90 to 100% control of Eurasian water milfoil. That's a very positive thing. The UV light, you see up there, we had good control, approaching 70% or more biovolume reduction with UV lights, and had some negative effect on the desirable native plants with UV light. So there's a caveat. It's not that selective, but it is effective. And the bottom ones were combination treatments, but we don't have time to get into that today. Those will be retreated with the UV lights this current year in 2023. So I'm going to jump ahead with a couple quick, next slide, please. Just a couple of pictures. Whoops, back up just a minute. Thank you. On the far right are the control rakes. You'll notice the bulk of plants on those. The left-hand side and lower ones are the sites that were actually sampled 6 weeks after treatment. What you're looking at is our desirable native plant that survived those treatments and nothing else is on the rake. So a very impressive result. Next slide. Just to show you how these were, like the curtains, Pete mentioned those. I'm not going to get into that any further. Those are all established. Next slide. This is how the herbicides were applied with that rhodamine tracer dye to tell us where to sample for herbicides. Worked beautifully. We did all our monitoring with that purpose in mind. So it really turned out very well. Next slide. Thank you. So green is good, yellow not so good, red is terrible. This is a heat map that shows the effect of the treatments 120 days after treatment. That is the end of the season. Notice that left-hand side, if you give another click there. Thank you. That's area A that Pete was talking about, where we had the problems. We had excellent control of the plants over there. Area B on the far right-hand side, also pretty good control there too. But notice where we didn't have any treatments going in, we had a lot of plants coming up. So it looks pretty good. And if you look carefully, the UV sites had some pretty good control as well in those ends that did well. So the results were actually excellent. And it confirms what we had with all of our rake samples that we did. And by the way, 8,000 rake samples in one season to determine the condition of the plants in these sites. Very intensive monitoring. Next slide. So basically the herbicide levels, Pete already mentioned it. We had no herbicides escaping into the West Lagoon, to the Keys, outside the treatment areas. So the curtains worked well. The only problem we had, which Pete mentioned, was the problem of getting down to non-detect levels for endothol, which is not too bad, 45 days. The triclopyr was 105 days. That was a lot longer than we expected. One of the reasons was that we had high turbidity in area A, which then blocked the sun from decomposing and degrading triclopyr. So that sort of connected with that high turbidity. Next slide. So our next phase right now we're into is group B methods that are non-herbicide methods. Pete mentioned those. Dennis did too. I'm just going to show you the next slide. There's sort of a decision scheme that we're using. Whoops, that didn't come through. You can skip that slide. What we're looking at now is what was the effect of year one on the treatments. For the sites that we're going to be using group B methods, those have to have 75% reduction in the biovolume. And we've already chosen some of those sites. In the next 2 weeks, our spring sampling will tell us where to go with group B methods. And those include diver removal by hand and suction removal, bottom barriers, and more UV light in those sites. So in the interest of time, I'm going to stop here and I'm going to hand it over to Jesse to provide some perspective from the league. And by the way, the league is also a fantastic supporter of this project. Really, really important to have these guys on. So Jesse.
Good afternoon, everybody. Board chair, vice chair, all board members, thank you for your time today. I have the unique and unenviable position of being directly between you and lunch. So I will be concise, but I do feel it's really important for the League to Save Lake Tahoe I'm representing today to bring some context, bring us out of the weeds, to use some puns, and there'll be a few more. So I'm the Chief Strategy Officer. I've been with the League for 11 years. My background in education is aquatic biology, environmental science. So this project's in my wheelhouse, something I'm pretty excited about. Our mission at the League to Save Lake Tahoe for the last 66 years has been to protect and restore the environmental health, sustainability, and scenic beauty of Lake Tahoe, with that special focus on water quality and its clarity. The reason I bring that up is because our engagement and deep dive on the CMT and the Tahoe Keys is because we believe the CMT is directly linked to aquatic invasive species and the achievement of this mission. We don't believe we can achieve keeping Tahoe blue unless we address the ecology of the lake and the Keys in particular. So we see the CMT as much broader implications than just can we control weeds in the Keys, although that's a very, very important message. Next slide, please. So I'm going to kind of give you a decade plus, 11-year-long journey that we've kind of gone through here. 2012 to 2017 was really learning about aquatic invasive species, the Tahoe Keys in particular, implementing community engagement programs at the Keys and lake-wide to understand where the weeds are and what they're doing. And then our personal investigation into what types of methods could be effective at controlling aquatic invasive plants in particular. A financial commitment from us, which is something we had never done historically, is actually have the league fund a project directly to learn about things. And we invested in non-chemical control methods, containment, water quality improvement, monitoring. We really felt we had to put our money where our mouth was and understand it. And that coincided, unfortunately, in 2017 with the presence of harmful algal blooms on a more regular occurrence, both within the Keys and now the lake proper. So the urgency was certainly there. Next photo. Can't have all pretty photos. So there's one of a hab with aquatic plants hanging out together. They like to hang out together. So that's another reason why we felt this was an urgent issue. Next slide, please. In 2018, the stakeholder committee was pulled together that was mentioned and sits here before you today. We were a participant in that. And we really supported at that point in time, we needed to look at all methods. The current methods Lake Tahoe had for fighting aquatic invasive species were not going to be effective in the Tahoe Keys. We had to look at emerging methods, our methods, proven methods, and that included herbicides, targeted herbicides, which for us was a big deal. That had never been done at Lake Tahoe. But the CMT, as it came together through this process, was looking at something totally unique, as Dennis mentioned earlier, a one-time use of herbicide, a means to an end. Could we knock back and maintain this in perpetuity without herbicides? That would be great for Lake Tahoe and possibly great for the whole rest of the world that's battling these issues and dealing with different methods. So we're on board for a test. As a recovering scientist myself, you know, when you don't know the answer, you test things. That's how you find the answer. So we also realized it was going to take a long time to find the answer potentially, right? It wasn't a silver bullet. We needed to take our time and be methodical. So we should probably consider how to contain that infestation in the Keys and prevent the spread. We worked with partners implementing the first ever bubble curtain use for the control of aquatic invasive plants. So bubble curtains have been used in aquaculture and other locations throughout the world since the 70s, never for the containment of aquatic invasive plants. We designed and implemented this with the TKPOA in 2018 and funded it to start looking at it. Next slide, please. We also started testing laminar flow aeration, which is a method of implementing oxygen into the sediment to affect water quality, reduce sediment for plants, and hopefully affect the long-term growth of the plants. That's a picture of bubbles, lots of bubbles involved in our investigation. But as you can see, these bubble curtains, the LFA have now been incorporated into the control methods test. So that really shows the breadth of this CMT, looking at everything and anything that could be included in combination or isolation to address the issues. Next slide, please. In 2020, what we had suspected, and I had seen with my own eyes since 2016, is that the infestation had already gotten out, right? It had already gotten out of the bag, gotten out of the Keys, was in the lake. Next slide, please. Here's just a photo representing the growing infestation coming out of one of the channels at the Keys into the lake proper. Lake-wide monitoring, which this group has put together and the RCDs conducted, demonstrated that we're talking about 105 acres here. You know, the second largest infestation in the lake is 6 acres at Emerald Bay. So vastly different. It was an issue. This project is called Tahoe Keys Offshore. A lot of attention to this. Recently, we invested money in control efforts for those orange dense areas in the photo. But you know, we had time working against us. We had to start testing something. Next slide, please. We also had to double down, pun intended, on containment with a double bubble curtain for you alliteration fans. And so we worked on improving containment on the West Channel, implementing an East Channel containment project with double bubbles of different designs, so we could test if different designs had different efficacies, working with all our partners. Really the only place in the world that this was happening. So we worked with a company out of Toronto to design this curtain and implement it. And now we're actually getting a lot of attention collectively on bubble curtains. As desalinization is increasing, they're having concerns with aquatic vegetation clogging intakes. They came to Tahoe to ask us how we are doing with their bubble curtains. So what we're learning here at the Keys has implications far beyond just this test. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, this is the containment. So 2 channels to the lake. All those lagoons are infested. Next slide, please. This is the improved West Channel bubble curtain with some laminar flow aeration overlay. A double bubble curtain with the boat very easily passing through, as you can see. Fast forward to 2022, the passage of the test. I think it's clear we support this test for a lot of reasons. There was a commitment from everyone to try something. Status quo was not going to work. The no action alternative for this test had the most substantial impact on the lake. We needed to learn, try, make progress together, and most importantly, execute, as Pete demonstrated we could do under very, very hard conditions. So cut to the chase. We support the test. Oh, sorry, one more back. I know we're getting to lunch. Almost, I'm hungry too. So status quo is destroying the lake, no silver bullet. No action alternative was not an alternative at all. The CMT posed no threat to the lake long-term. 3-year test, key there, right? We're asking how we did in year 1. This is just a middle milestone. We don't know. The answer is at the end of year 3. And adaptive management will be key. The league is maintaining our continued focus on the CMT, but complementary projects as well. We feel they're equally as important. Without the CMT, none of the other projects matter. None of the other efforts matter. We need to figure out what's going on. So CMT is key to long-term. The league remains committed, not just to the efficacy of the control test, but how do you implement it? Where do you implement it? When do you implement it? What do you monitor, right? So we're not just learning if it affects the plants, we're learning how to do it, which is equally as important for long-term. And we're very excited in 2023 to do targeted efficacy studies of bubble curtains and laminar flow. So we have scientific data and perhaps layer some methods on the laminar flow site and others to look at combinations of methods in year 2. And real quick, we brought in a new partner that was essential and missing for most of that decade, the Tahoe Keys Marina. As new ownership, they have engaged in a project with the league and an EIP project to test new technologies. Again, we love our robots in Tahoe, to test better containment projects. So we're going to be working on that. You'll get to see some of that in 2023. Last slide here. We really have a choice to make. We choose the lake on the left or the lake on the right. That is not geographically accurate for Nevada and California. But I'm just saying, we have the choice and we have the choice in front of us. Always got to point that out. You know, we got problems on all sides. But the point is we got to stay committed, right? The choice we already made last year in approving the project, the choice now is to continue it and learn to adapt. So thanks. I appreciate your time.
I won't do much of a summary, but just to say that obviously thank you to our team here, but I'll just end with that. This test is just starting. We've got 2 more years to go. Nothing has been predetermined. We'll, at the end of the test, all the information will be assessed to find what the right solution is for the long term. The lake really depends on finding that solution. So thank you to the team. Appreciate it. And then just one more slide. The website is where you can find all of these detailed reports with the 35 appendices, I think Dr. Anderson mentioned. So if you need some help sleeping tonight, check it out. Thank you.
Wow. Great report. And I'm sorry that we made you wait so long. I know some of you had a time commitment, so we hopefully got to you. We are allowing our stomachs to continue to growl for just a minute so I can take any questions board members have or comments. Shelley?
A quick comment. I mean, it was a phenomenal presentation. Thank you. And I'm very hopeful that all of the effort and energy and money that's been dedicated to this project will bear fruit. You know, I think it is a unique partnership. You know, a lot of people vilify the Tahoe Keys, but the point is it exists. You have to acknowledge its existence and move forward in a cooperative and collaborative way. So kudos to all of you.
Great leadership. Any other comments? Then we'll go to the public. Are there any public commenters on this item?
Madam Chair, we have 2 hands raised. The first hand is Carolyn Willett. Carolyn, if you unmute, you can address the board.
I just have a quick question about the test style. I was been reading it and I know that the boats were not allowed in the harbor and going out to the lake during the first phase of the test, but apparently they are going to be allowed during the second phase of the test. And since we know that boats spread the weeds, I'm wondering if the conditions and when comparing test, the different methods of the test will not be the same, and whether the boats going in and out and spreading the weeds is going to affect the second part of the test. Was that
Why don't we
clear?
take all the public comment and then we'll respond to any questions, if that's okay. Carolyn, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. We'll go to the next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next hand raised is Judith Simon. Judith, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Okay, thank you. It was an excellent presentation, and I specifically commend all the people. I think that the work that the public or some members of the public, including me, did to ensure that these herbicides did not get into the lake, really bore fruit. And so all these presentations are going to be available, I guess, on the Tahoe Weeds TKPOA website. So that will be very helpful, and I will continue to monitor the project. That's it.
Thank you. Catherine, anyone else?
No, Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, then if you'd like to quickly answer that question that was posed.
Is this on?
Yes.
It is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is Lars Anderson. Yeah, good question about controls. In the first year, our controls were actually outside the curtains. And so our comparison will still be good because this year they're outside the curtains because there are no curtains this year. But the controls are still going to serve their purpose because they were not involved with the preventing boat traffic last year. So it's still a good comparison.
Great, thank you for that summary. Any other board member comments or questions? Well, I think we're all so very grateful this project is moving forward. It's taken decades to get here, and a lot of diligence and a lot of commitment on everybody's part to look at adaptive science and management to solve a really incredible problem we're facing. So thank you all. Okay, so we're going to reconvene the governing board meeting, and that brings us to item 7C on our agenda. This is Destination Stewardship and Sustainable Recreation Update. Information on this item can be found on page 147. And as a reminder to the public, after staff presentation and board discussion, you can raise your hand and you'll be called on by TRPA staff. And with that, I will pass it to Devin Middlebrook.
Thank you very much, Chair Gustafson. Devin Middlebrook, Government Affairs Manager here at TRPA for the record. Today, myself and Ms. Shannon Freeman will be discussing destination stewardship and sustainable recreation, which is one of the key TRPA priorities through our bi-state compact, which calls for a recreation plan element for the basin, is one of our key recreation threshold categories, and generally is how we all enjoy the lake. So next slide. First part of this presentation, I'm going to be talking about the Lake Tahoe Destination Stewardship Plan, which is the culmination of about a 16-month planning effort to create the first ever destination stewardship plan for the Tahoe Basin. Next slide. We've all lived through the last several years of the pandemic, especially in 2020 and 2021, with the rush of visitors coming into the region, escaping the lockdowns in nearby urban areas and enjoying the outdoors. But this is not a new challenge for the Tahoe region. This is really the COVID pandemic really highlighted the challenges that we were already facing. And since 2018, our agency, along with the Forest Service through the Environmental Improvement Program, have been working on tackling the topic of destination stewardship and/or sustainable recreation for a number of years now. And during the pandemic, we took our partnership and our collaboration that we're so well known for and really mobilized. And for about 2.5 years, a group of about 50 stakeholders met every week to discuss recreation challenges in the basin and to really put on the ground solutions on the ground, including expanding the Clean Tahoe litter program around the lake, starting an ambassador program. And really that was our short-term immediate response to sustainable recreation issues brought on by the pandemic. But there was also an identified need for a longer-term approach, which has led us to, next slide, the Destination Stewardship Plan, which I'm going to be talking about today. Next slide. As mentioned, this is a partnership across the region. I really want to highlight the uniqueness of this partnership. For the first time in our region, our destination marketing organizations, which are transitioning to management organizations, and our public land managers, recreation providers, businesses, and nonprofits are all working together on tackling this challenge. And this is really one of the first times we've had our land managers and our marketers really work so closely together. And then credit to the marketing organizations. They're also working across the region where South and North Shore are no longer seeing each other as competition within the region. They're really taking a whole region approach, which is new for everyone and very exciting opportunity that has come out of this partnership. Next slide. I want to highlight where we've been through this planning process and then talk about where we're at today. Next slide. At the core of this work has been deep stakeholder engagement and listening. There's some screenshots and some pictures of some of the workshops that were hosted around the lake. Next slide. All in all, we've engaged over 3,000 people in both residents, businesses, and visitors to the region through a multitude of stakeholder workshops, interviews, focus groups, surveys, to really get an idea of what the challenges people see on the ground are and what solutions they want to see implemented across the region. This plan is also informed by a set of data analysis, including a situational analysis that looks at the state and history of visitation and recreation in the Tahoe region, a summary of that stakeholder engagement, a tourism impact model that looks at the economic side of the equation and what the impact of creating more sustainable system means to our local businesses and tax revenue. And then an optimal value framework, which is based on the Future of Tourism Coalition, which TRPA was an original signatory to, and really where are the key metrics of the sustainable recreation destination system, and are we within that range of being in a sustainable system, or are we overshooting or undershooting in certain areas? And then a funding study that highlights or recommends potential funding solutions moving forward that will be discussed and explored more in order to fund ongoing recreation infrastructure and management. Next slide. Where we're at now, next. As I said, with this really unique partnership, the other major accomplishment that has come out of this is for the first time ever, we have a shared vision around what the region wants our recreation and tourism system to be into the future, and that is a cherished place welcoming to all, where people, communities, and nature benefit from a thriving tourism, outdoor recreation economy. And that vision is supported by 4 strategic pillars that you can see around there, based on fostering a tourism economy that gives back, turning that shared vision into action, advancing a culture of taking care, and shaping an experience for all. Next slide. Within the plan, there are a number of actions, I think that's 28 total, that are organized by those 4 strategic pillars. So we're looking at a number of immediate short-term actions that we'll work on over the next several years that will help achieve that vision. And you can just see a quick breakdown of how those are organized across each of those pillars. Next slide. We also understand that just doing a bunch of actions doesn't necessarily bring long-term systemic change to our overall tourism and recreation ecosystem. We really need to continue the partnership that came up with this plan and establish long-term governance to guide that collaboration and oversee implementation of the recreation vision. So some of the immediate steps this partnership will take are around governance and establishing a formal destination stewardship council and building capacity of that council by hiring staff to manage the program and oversee the action teams, which will help implement the actions. Next slide. A highlight of the governance structure. This may look familiar to some of our board members because it is the same way that the Environmental Improvement Program and Tahoe Interagency Executive Steering Committee is organized, with that Destination Stewardship Council at the top, a coordinating committee and a program manager to help manage the group, and then action teams, which are known as working groups under the EIP to tackle specific issues such as communications, visitor management, and other items to be identified by the council in the future. Next slide. And then finally, next steps moving forward. Next month, the final destination stewardship plan will be launched to the public. So stay tuned for an announcement on a date for a public launch event that we'd all love for you to attend, either in person or potentially virtually as well. And then establishing the Destination Stewardship Council and hiring staff over the summer. But we want to make sure that this isn't just about a plan that has more recommendations that need more studies and more more feasibility reports and things like that. It's also about action and addressing the concerns that we heard from the public on the ground. So this summer, you'll see a continuation of our ambassador programs. The city of South Lake Tahoe has their park ranger program. The United States Forest Service and state of Nevada have contributed money to supporting the ambassador program expansion on federal and state lands. You'll see Clean Tahoe out cleaning up trash on the North Shore for their second season, which is very exciting. The Tahoe Fund is working on a parking enforcement study. And then the Take Care program and stewardship messaging is going to continue to be a big strategy. As you saw, the Take It Slow program was recognized during the Lake Spirit Award program earlier. So that's what we're looking forward to in the next couple of months in this summer season. And with that, I'll hand it off to Shannon Friedman to talk about how we're implementing it through the EIP.
Thanks, Devin. Good afternoon, Shannon Friedman, planner in the EIP department here at TRPA. And I'm going to transition and talk about how all the work that went into the destination stewardship plan, as well as other planning documents within the region, translate into action and implementation on the ground and TRPA's role in that. So the TRPA compact requires that TRPA establishes environmental quality standards, which are our thresholds. You guys are well versed in those and know that recreation is one of those thresholds. As Devin mentioned, the compact also requires that we have a transportation plan as well as a recreation plan that kind of guide how we manage those resources. The destination stewardship plan is one example about how TRPA works with our partners to develop a plan and guide how projects are implemented on the ground. The environmental improvement program is the implementing department here at TRPA and is charged with advancing threshold attainment through implementation of projects on the ground. TRPA is the convener of the environmental improvement program, and we're uniquely situated through our directives in the compact and our involvement in the plans to help advocate for, prioritize, and secure funding for the priority EIP projects that the whole EIP partnership advocates for and prioritizes together. So sustainable recreation and transportation are one of the priority actions within the environmental improvement program. And they're grouped together because you can't really talk about sustainable recreation without also talking about transportation. They really go hand in hand. Most of our recreation, both developed and dispersed, is accessed through our main highways. And so transportation, transit, parking management are all really important, and you just can't have those conversations in silos. As we're implementing recreation EIP projects, we look to plans like the Destination Stewardship Plan to see what actions in those plans we should incorporate into EIP projects. And that includes things like educational signage, like the Take Care campaign, improved wayfinding and interpretive signage to educate the public, litter and trash management, and parking management as well. So those are all incorporated into projects as they are appropriate. Next slide, please. This is a map that was pulled from the EIP tracker, and it shows just sustainable recreation and transportation and stewardship projects that are in various stages of planning and implementation throughout the whole Tahoe Basin. So you can see that just in this one category, there are a lot of things in the works throughout the whole basin by all the land managers. The brown icon are recreation and transportation projects. So that would be something like a bike trail or improving a day use area or improving transit systems. And the blue icon are the stewardship program projects. And those are projects and programs to educate the public, advance stewardship. An example of that is a Marlette Lake virtual nature trail that will be available to the public. And that provides the public an opportunity to virtually access the Marlette Lake and the Marlette Lake watershed without going there. And it will have a lot of educational components built into it and stewardship messaging, so we can help build stewards for both our residents and visitors alike. Next slide, please. This is a few examples of recently implemented sustainable recreation projects, certainly not a complete list by any means, but I'll just highlight a few of them. On the upper left is a segment of the Greenway Multi-Use Trail, or known as the Dennis Machida Memorial Trail. The goal of that trail is to have a Class 1 separated bike trail going all the way from Myers to Van Sickle State Park and State Line. This picture here is showing the most recent segment of that trail installed, which goes through, crosses Trout Creek and connects neighborhoods to the Lake Tahoe Community College. So that important project really provides an alternative mode of getting people around, an alternative mode to the private automobile, and it also provides recreation opportunities. People can walk, bike that, and get to enjoy the beauty and the nature that that area provides without negatively impacting that, river and marsh ecosystem. On the bottom left is an aerial view of the East Shore Multi-Use Trail. That's the iconic trail from Incline Village to Sand Harbor State Park. And that provides a recreation opportunity as well as improved access to Lake Tahoe. And that also is one segment of a larger trail that will go eventually from state line to state line in Nevada, but part of the larger goal to have the lake trail, which is providing a Class 1 trail around the whole entire lake. And then on the right is a picture of the Spooner State Park Phase 1 Front Country Improvement Project. Nevada State Parks is doing a lot of improvements to this state park. Phase 1 included a visitor center and a shop and an amphitheater. And that picture is our Deputy Director, Kim Chevalier, and myself at the ribbon cutting this fall, of unveiling the visitor center there. And it's really great improvements to that otherwise somewhat underutilized park. And one of the goals of the state parks here is to provide a lot of interpreted signage and have a place where groups can gather, students can gather to help, again, educate the public and create stewards of the environment while we're also enjoying our recreation amenities. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot of some upcoming sustainable recreation and transportation EIP projects that will be implemented within the next 3 to 5 years. They include future phases of the Van Sickle by State Park, future phases of Spooner State Park Front Country improvements, future phases of the Dennis Machida Memorial Trail, which was the Greenway Trail I mentioned, the Meeks Bay Restoration Project, and the Kings Beach Day Use Area Improvement Project. So again, projects happening all over the Lake Tahoe Basin. And what I want to point out is that a lot of these projects have multiple benefits. They're recreation projects at their core possibly, but they also have benefits to water quality, fisheries, wildlife. And one of the reasons why recreation is such a draw here is because of the great natural resources that we have. So when we're planning environmental improvement projects, we really look at all the benefits that we can get out of any given project because they're all really are all interconnected. Next slide, please. And then even further out on the horizon, there's more projects being planned and implemented. I wanted to highlight the corridor plans that TRP works on in cooperation with our partners. 2 of the recently completed corridor plans include the State Route 89 corridor plan, and that was complete a few years ago. And now we're starting to see action come out of those plans. We are further analyzing the possibility of the Cascade to Meeks Trail. And I know you guys have heard informational briefings on that feasibility report, and that will be moving forward with analysis and includes trails, parking, water quality improvements, and is implementing a lot of the visions and projects that were identified in that corridor plan. And then same with the State Route 28 corridor plan. That plan was completed a while ago. And now we're finally getting to a point where we're furthering implementation on the ground. Future projects include the Spooner Mobility Hub, which will be a multi-benefit project that has parking, transit, and will also include a permanent AIS station. And then also the furthering of that trail. And there will be another trail segment that will carry on from East Shore Trail and go from Sand Harbor all the way to Spooner. So these are all projects that will be implemented in the future, and some of them coming back to you for more information or requested approvals depending on the project. Next slide, please. And with that, we'll just lead you with the shared vision from the destination stewardship plan and take any questions or comments. Do you have anything?
Thank you. Questions, comments? Yes, Shelley.
Nice presentation. And these are a lot of exciting projects that have been incorporated into this plan. I'm wondering, I mean, the objective, right, is to change behaviors, is to disperse recreation. So do we have a monitoring plan to monitor the use of these various corridors and then maybe use technology tools? You know, just like we have a sign on Spooner at the top of Spooner saying, you know, that the parking lot at Sand Harbor is full or closed, you know, so that we can, I know this is a huge undertaking, but in order to accomplish the objectives of dispersing recreation to minimize the environmental impacts and increase the enjoyment to the people who are actually using these facilities, we need to find some way of, you know, gently recommending to people that they not go here, but go here instead. So is that in the works? Is that the
Absolutely.
next phase?
If this was a multiple choice test, I'd say all of the above. It is all part of what we're looking at in terms of sustainable rec and destination stewardship. On the technology piece, the Tahoe Transportation District recently received a federal SMART grant, which will upgrade our ability to track and count traffic and coming in and out of the basin to give us more of that real-time information. For example, Sand Harbor State Park is looking at implementing a reservation system that will allow them to have more real-time information, really deal with that traffic that people are lining up at 6 a.m. on the highway. And then in terms of how we're measuring and monitoring, the destination stewardship plan does have a recommendation on potential metrics to monitor. And we're also engaged right now with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council on a project to look at our recreation threshold and creating a better way to measure fair share access to recreation and visitor experience. And then to your final point about dispersing people and changing behavior. It's definitely about changing behavior through encouragement, but also making it impossible for people to do the wrong behaviors, such as, you know, putting up barriers and fences where we don't want people cutting across trails and making informal trails, or installing trash cans in the correct places. So all of that is being explored.
Okay, great. Thank you, Devin.
Other comments, questions? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you pull up that slide where you had the 5 items that you were going to focus on for funding? I don't know which number that was. Go back. Sorry, I can't find it on the website, or else no, it's okay, sorry. Okay, forward. Oh, sorry, continue. There we go. So commitment to action, ambassador programs, litter management, parking enforcement, and stewardship messaging. And so that is like what we're working on for this year, correct?
Yeah, those were just a few of the examples of things folks are working on this year, just to, again, show that there's going to be action on the ground. So there's more than just that, but those are really some of the ones I wanted to highlight for this presentation.
That's great. And I think, and I have not been able to participate, but I know the RSCVA and then Incline Village Visitor Center has been able to participate for Washoe County as well. But I just want to make sure that these groups, since we have such an amazing group of collaborative partners, that they also help to push along projects that do make the destination successful, like connecting that East Shore Trail. That's going to take a lot of political will and a lot of community support, connecting, you know, trails from Incline Village or from Crystal Bay to Incline Village. I'm very my community focused right now, but so I think that there's opportunity as well to ensure that they support these more difficult projects, but essential projects. And then I just want to make sure that any money that is raised is not pulling from potential transportation projects or, you know, work is not pulling from. I'm very focused on transportation, obviously, but, you know, work that we're doing on the ground to make sure that, you know, we move these major initiatives forward and that this group is in lockstep with,
TTD, TRPA, and we're all working together. And I know you're the lead, TRPA is the lead. Well, maybe not, is because it's a collaborative effort, is my understanding, but just making sure that we support all these bigger efforts as a part of this work, because it's going to take a lot of work and money to make sure that those happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a partnership. Yeah, this isn't necessarily a TRPA led project. We are, for at least the planning process, we're the fiscal agent, but it was all funding that was, we passed the hat as we do in Tahoe, and have a shared funding for the project, and we'll have shared funding moving forward. So really that whole partnership does have ownership over it. And then noted on your comments about transportation funding and some of those bigger initiatives, some of the actions in the stewardship plan include supporting EIP projects and supporting other transportation projects.
Great. Board members, any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair, this is Belinda.
Oh,
Online.
Belinda, I'm so sorry.
No worries, no
I
worries.
didn't look on the computer. Thank you.
Not a problem. So this is a kind of thing that stirs my blood, and even after an after lunch slump, I perked up, hearing all of this information. I really appreciate, all the work that went into producing this report. So I had a couple of questions in terms of visitor surveys, which I know are really hard to get because, technically speaking, it's just a tough issue. How did you approach that? What were the methodologies that you used to get visitor surveys?
Yeah, for the planning process itself, there was two visitor survey and a resident survey that were launched,
Right.
that were shared through, various platforms and email campaigns. And in the plan, I'm not recalling off the top of my head, but those did have standards of significance and plus or minus variability. So those were all statistically valid. And then we rely on a number of surveys that happen regularly every 2 years. For example, TRPA does traveler surveys that do intercept surveys of visitors at key recreation sites. So we gather information from those. And then other surveys that are conducted by folks like the Forest Service and state parks.
Okay, great, Deb. That at some point,
and I'll just add that our online surveys for the plan were also available in Spanish.
Right. Okay, great. So one of the things that I happen to do a lot of these kind of surveys, and we have found that geocaching is really a great way to do it. People that are unfortunately, it costs a little bit of money to be able to get cell phone numbers, as they're going through certain geographic areas, and then people just get pinged with a survey, which in particular at events proves to be a very useful tool to get a great, return rate on your survey. So I would just, suggest that maybe you take a look at that. The other thing that actually with this particular slide, I wanted to follow up on. So our final destination stewardship plan will be on the agenda next month. Is that, am I interpreting that right?
This is the presentation that really highlights it. I don't know that we were planning on bringing back a more in-depth presentation to the board, but we can absolutely make sure that it gets sent to every board member so you can explore it and make ourselves available for any questions.
Great. And just the other thing to start thinking about, I know down here in LA, obviously it's going to have a great impact on us, but I also think it will have an impact on other parts of the state that are tourist destinations, is planning for the 2028 Olympics. Just would want to put that in your ear in terms of, it's right around the corner. And I think that there likely is going to be a lot of, worldwide travelers visiting our state. And I'm sure Tahoe would be one of those destinations that they would want to stop at before or after the Olympics.
Yeah, thank you for the heads up. I think knowing about those events is something that we've talked about as a strategy for knowing when and how to market our event, and international visitors is definitely something Tahoe gets our fair share of. So we are firmly on the loop of the Yosemite to Tahoe to San Francisco bus tour that is heavily marketed to international visitors.
If I'm not mistaken, 2026 is World Cup as well. So that also will
good to know.
generate
And
a
then
lot of tourist trips.
just not to toot our own horn, Tahoe is home to many of our own Olympic athletes. So always have to give a shout out to those stars.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Belinda. John?
Thank you both for the presentation. question on parking enforcement. Is any updates on plans or plans to limit or prohibit parking along, say, Emerald Bay or other places around the lake, anywhere around the lake for that matter, and enforcement of those possible new restrictions?
Yeah, parking management is one of those key priorities that we have. So as I mentioned, Sand Harbor is looking at going to a reservation system, which will be a great pilot for the Tahoe region, and something that park really needs. We also work closely, law enforcement officials join our weekly, well now monthly, but our previously weekly calls. So we're very in tune with them. The Tahoe Fund is working on a parking enforcement study that's going to have a number of recommendations, and then specifically in the 89 corridor, the 89 corridor plan does call for that transit and trail expansion, but also the elimination of all roadside parking through that corridor for recreation access. And one of the strategies actually I was talking with Supervisor Lane about at lunch was increasing the illegal parking ticket in Emerald Bay, which is currently about $50. That doesn't discourage anyone from illegally parking. So in finding ways or working on increasing that is one of those strategies that we want to work on. There's also issues with towing and the limited capacity of tow companies in the region. So just a tow capacity to remove those illegally parked cars. So those are all strategies we're talking about and are all on the table. Yeah.
And I'll just add another example. I referenced the State Route 28 corridor, and anybody who drives State Route 28 from Spooner Summit to Incline certainly recognizes the need to address the roadside parking there. And part of that plan, similar to the 89 corridor, is to provide actual parking lots. So that's like the new parking lot at Spooner Summit that's referred to as the Spooner Mobility Hub, and then expanding a few of the existing parking lots that are kind of peppered along that roadway, and then have transit and the bike trail going through there. And once that whole project is built on, there will be no parking along that corridor. They're only enforcing no parking as like projects are incrementally built. But again, similar to 89, the sheriff is committed to enforcing the no parking there, and they've committed to increasing the fee there to, I've heard $300, but increasing it so it's a little more impactful. So as we see more of these projects get implemented, we'll see more parking management and less hazardous parking on our roadways.
When we say they, I guess it would be just a question for both 89 and 28, like which entity, the counties, sheriff's department, TRPA, who is responsible for, say, expediting these measures and imposing fines and calling up the tow trucks? I mean, how do we get this to happen soon? I mean, it's just a glaring examples of stewardship oriented tourism, right?
Yeah, as with everything in Tahoe, it depends. And again, all of the above. In Emerald Bay, for example, obviously California Highway Patrol does most of the enforcement along the highway corridor. I think the county sheriff assists them with that. So for the last several years, they've received grant funding for increased enforcement in that area. So they have stepped up there, but they aren't the ones that control the ticket fines. We have to work through the county and Caltrans on that. For example, when they were increased on the 28 corridor, they were increased because there was a willingness to pay study done where people said that they'd be willing to pay $300. And then we had to work through the court system and the county judge to be able to get permission to increase that. So we really do have to work with Caltrans, Highway Patrol, county sheriff, the county, and the court system in El Dorado County. So a lot of partners will need to be involved. And then the differences between California and Nevada, vehicle code may require some sort of vehicle code change or legislation, but we're all exploring those options.
And I think that's what the enforcement study's all about, is bringing everybody together, understanding that we need a comprehensive look if we can possibly achieve that. So any other comments or questions? I'm not seeing any here, so we'll go to the public. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this issue? You've waited all day to talk to us.
Sorry, thank you. I should know that by now. A book by George Gruel, commissioned by the U.S. Forest Service. It's fascinating. It's beside the point. What it says is that around marshes and meadows, trails are unadvised. They shouldn't be there. I know we want to look at them and see them, but they run the water away from the meadow and the marsh. So that's one point, just as a heads up. You had said something about monitoring, which is very important. And I have an example of how it hasn't been a standard. You guys, I'm sure, are aware of the 2011 restoration of Third Creek down in the lower incline area. $12 million, I think, was spent on that. In 2017, we had obviously a winter like this, and the same situation is going on right now, but there was so much water that the diversion of that water worked in terms of spreading it out. But when it comes back together, excuse me, it actually blew apart the US Corps of Engineers work there. And I notified a bunch of people, I think somebody here maybe even, but definitely an incline. And those logs, that some are the length of this table and this big around, are currently headed toward the lake from 2017. Now, we pulled one out last year that was about half that size. But the point is that no one's monitoring that. That section of the stream infrastructure failed. And it's moving toward the lake, and it's very dangerous. And it then ceases to be what the intention was when we all spent the money to do the work on Third Creek. Actually, Shannon's been a big help. She's been on tours in that area. I don't think you know about this, maybe, this failure of that section. But anyway, I just thought I'd say that that's why monitoring is a very good idea. And lastly, about parking along 28, the older gentleman that was honored today, first of all, I know all of these forest people start with a great heart. And his is wonderful. I can't believe how well he's worked, but made a good point. And you might not be able to get the image out of your mind, but no parking in the nude beach. How's that going to happen? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comments here in the room? Then we'll look online. Are there any members of the public that would like to address the board on this item? Please raise your hand in Zoom.
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised. Doug Flaherty, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you. Doug Flaherty is a resident of Incline Village. As far as monitoring goes, it's very difficult, I think, for the board, unless you live out here in Incline and the East Shore. It's very difficult for the board to understand how crucially dangerous the e-bike situation is becoming in Incline Village and on the East Shore. I just wish that you guys would come up with some sort of a monitoring evaluation to find out how many e-bikes are using our trails. And I just want to speak especially to Incline Village, but I really predict we're going to see some really treacherous things happening this summer. It's already started. A friend of mine was hit or almost hit twice in a row within 2 or 3 minutes by a band of teenagers on their e-bikes. They didn't have any warning bells. They didn't say, hey, watch out. They climbed up onto the trail off a side trail, and they were almost hit twice, and no apologies. So it's kind of like they're grouping or ganging up in these e-bikes. So I thought I'd bring that to the board's attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back to the board. Any follow up, any other comments? Thank you very much. Great presentation, Devin. Appreciate it. We'll then move on to, let's see. We're skipping the next item, so we'll go on to reports. Item 8 on our agenda, and Julie, we'll start with yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the board, Julie Reagan, Executive Director. We have a few items under the Executive Director's Report this month. The first one, I will just point out on page 162 of your packet within the Tahoe report, we have some great pictures of the board retreat. And I want to thank you all again for an incredible retreat, and thanks to our photographers who supported us, Belinda, Vince, many of you took pictures that are in the report and in some of our slideshows. So just wanted to say, certainly leaf through that report. And if you have other questions, happy to follow up. We'd really like to just move into item 2, the strategic planning retreat and work plan update, and give you a follow-up on that retreat. There's more work to be done, and we're going to get into a little bit of that. I'm going to kick this off. If we want to go to the next slide, that's nope, the other slide deck. Yes, please. Thank you, Tracy. Yes, thank you. Myself and John Hester and Kim Chevalier are going to run through a high-level summary. We're still producing detailed notes and incorporating all the great ideas that we had, but it was extremely productive for us to be able to sit down in a different setting and talk about really where we've been and where we want to go. And so if you go to the next slide, a recap of the day, really, we looked at how we've made progress over the last 10 years of our regional plan and some of those basic principles that we talked about even today, and agreements that were made between the two states, which was a pivotal time in the agency's history back in 2012. And then we looked at the current state of affairs, a scan of the landscape of some statistics, and we walked through even some of the data points that somehow defy reality when you live through these today, things like traffic. It feels like traffic is worse, but when you look at the numbers, that isn't the case, but there are reasons why it feels that way, because visitor patterns have shifted and the use of public lands has increased. So we're trying to get to the bottom of that in some of these planning processes that you just heard about. And then we looked at our existing 6 initiatives and looked to the future based on input that you provided throughout the last year of how we can boil that down into a smaller set of strategic priorities. And that is going to be the rest of this presentation. I'll turn it over to John Hester.
Thank you. Next slide, please. For the record, John Hester. So I want to go through the 4 initiatives. And the first one, Tahoe Living. Thanks, Julie. This is going to be a high-level review. There's a staff report on page 165 if you want to look at it. But this one, as you will recall, kind of brings together housing and community revitalization, along with water quality and stormwater, and transportation, complete streets, and kind of in the community transportation. Interestingly enough, we hope you endorse these because this morning we've already started working on them. So those of you who were here for the RPIC meeting that went about twice as long as we had planned, I'll own that. We covered things like mixed use, complete streets, housing, work that's going on in the local governments, work that's going on here, work that our students that from UC Davis were working on. So this is continuing that. We're picking up a lot of different things that you all have talked about during the year, as well as continuing with our housing work. Next slide. Keeping Tahoe moving. You heard a lot about destination stewardship, destination planning. One component of this is those destination sites, working to protect them, working with those who operate them to manage them well. But that's coupled with the kinds of transportation changes that you also talked about. Demand management is the way I like to put it. And it's using some of the new technologies that you asked about, Shelley, broadband, to create an intelligent transportation system that's not always on signs. Maybe, you come within a certain boundary and beep, Sand Harbor is busy, but Zephyr Cove's not. Those kind of things. Plus, I think I mentioned at the retreat, there's a whole new generation of transportation planning tools coming along with big data. And so some of our models that we use and the RTCs and the COGs use in California, those are all going to get changed. They're all going to change with new data. So we're going to be looking at a lot of technology, both for planning and for on the street, pun intended, implementation. And then public safety, we've heard loud and clear that everybody's concerned about things like evacuation during major events. And so we plan on, as part of this keeping Tahoe moving strategic priority, to convene the groups that are responsible for evacuation. That's not one of our responsibilities, but our staff like Kat McIntyre, who heads our Environmental Improvement Department, and Melissa Bettinger, who you heard about, was working on trails and so forth. They've already started meeting with fire chiefs and other public safety providers. Next slide. Restoration and resiliency. This is continuing all the good work we're doing in the Environmental Improvement Program and the Transportation Improvement Programs for both states and the feds, looking at funding, looking at accelerating environmental improvement and transportation projects. You've heard about the Green Tape Initiative that we participate in. And on the resiliency side, you know that we have a multi-party strategy, multi-partner strategy around the basin to deal with climate. And that's morphed from what we had about 6-7 years ago when we had our award-winning climate mitigation plan. Now we have evolved to focusing on resiliency. So that's going to involve projects, infrastructure changes, as well as code changes. Again, this morning, you heard a little bit about some of those code changes for solar, for EV charging. We anticipate we'll also be visiting biomass. So those are the three that we recommend continue as explicit strategic priorities. Next slide. Measuring what matters. At the workshop, we came in thinking this was a fourth priority and presented it to you. And what we heard from you was that really measurement and the plan, do, check, adjust, or adaptive management approach with measures, with regular reporting, is something that we should integrate into everything we do. It shouldn't be a standalone initiative. So we will, of course, continue to work with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council, and we'll add this to the three strategic priorities I just talked about. But we are also working top to bottom within the agency to see if we can get a line of sight from thresholds to formal and informal plan performance measures, to the work plan that'll be coming back to you next month, to reports, and just get this cycle built in as an annual thing. And so we may not get it right between now and the next month, but we've challenged our managers in the agency to think about measures that mean something to the governing board and mean something to the public, not just things like that mean something to you, like how many meetings you've been to or something like that. But think about measures that I could talk to somebody out here in the audience and say, we just did this much monitoring and found this site where this thing was happening, and we're doing something about it. So we're trying to, it's going to take a little bit of work. It's not what we're used to doing, but it's what we're going to try to do. So that's kind of the overview of the four initiatives we hope you'll endorse, and I'll turn it over to Kim now.
All right, thank you. For the record, Kim Chevalier, good afternoon. I just want to say attending the retreat was new for me as well. I know it was the first time for many of you board members. And one of our goals was to get more time with you all together to be able to build relationships. And it also was building relationships with staff. And I'm a new member of the executive leadership team here. So it was really great for me to be able to speak with all of you and really hear the different things you all are thinking about when we're thinking about these initiatives. So one of the activities we did in the afternoon was kind of break into stations so we could hear from all of you on what your thoughts and ideas are about these initiatives. So you heard from John Hester, we incorporated that fourth initiative into three, which was direct feedback we all heard from you. And then I'm going to cover a couple other things we heard during this session, with our sticky note session, I'll call it. For the Tahoe Living initiative. We heard from board members and the League to Save Lake Tahoe who joined the retreat for the beginning that we're really interested in keeping the regional plan front and center and looking at the benchmarks and incentives that we set to realize the environmental redevelopment that we envisioned at the time. So continuing to look at those benchmarks and the incentives and see what we can do to continually revise or discuss to make sure they're meeting the needs that we'd like to see. We want to look at broadly at all options for the locations and funding to address affordable housing, even if it's beyond town centers where it's applicable. We want to ensure there's open space and nature included in those complete communities plans. When it comes to the Keep Tahoe Moving strategic priority, we want everyone, I think, is in agreement that transportation is among the most pressing challenges and priorities in the basin. So I think we're all in pretty good alignment on that, and great progress is being made, but really bold and coordinated solutions are going to be needed by us and all the partners around the basin to make good progress. Continuing progress on some of the major priorities in transportation, such as the trails and transit, to continue to disperse use and connect users is top of mind. Restoration resilience, a lot of great work is happening. We just need to continue to expand it and ensure we have a good workforce to keep it going. Exploring biomass technology and solutions is critical. Maybe we could create more incentives for private property owners to implement restoration projects on their lands. And that's, oops. On robot now. Yeah. Testing. Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Mic test.
Okay, we'll call the governing board back together. We apologize to those of you online that we did have some technical issues there and did need to reboot our system. So we're gonna resume where we were. And I believe Kim was giving her report.
Okay, Kim Chevalier back on the mic. That's working. It's working. I was just about to be finished. The last couple of points we heard on the restoration and resiliency strategic priority were we really want to prioritize implementation of our sustainability actions, such as electric vehicles, electric boats, climate smart codes. You heard some of that today. And we heard from the public that effective preparation for catastrophic wildfire and comprehensive environmental analysis for our restoration actions is a priority. So next slide. So based on all of that and all that we did in that one day, our next steps, we want to seek any additional feedback today, but we'd like to get some endorsement of those strategic priorities where we will take that and we will use them as guideposts for developing our FY24 work plan and budget. I will recognize there's a lot that goes on in this building outside of just those strategic priorities. They all can eventually be linked usually through a mapping exercise of how it all flows up. But we want to look at our core activities, ones that are required by the compact, and how they flow in with our strategic priorities. And we'll build that work plan and really assign where staff time and priorities go. We'll bring that back to you. And once we do that, I really want to work on refining our processes to align with implementing that work plan and our strategic priorities. So how do we make sure we're engaging the public effectively on them? How do we review our board committee structure? Do we have the right structure so we can address what we need to address and establish solid reporting and adaptive management processes? Right now, you get a Tahoe and brief report every month. Is that the right vehicle to get you the right information on what's coming? Or maybe we should look at the reporting of what's been accomplished on strategic priorities, what's coming up. We've got some ideas. And again, establishing those benchmarks, performance measures, and really being able to look at where are we? How's it working? Are we meeting our goals? If not, let's refine. If we are, great, keep going. And making sure we're implementing that adaptive management process that we talk about that's so important. So I think that's it. Next slide. That's it for me. All right.
Okay, do you want to take any comments from the board on that report before we go to the next?
It would be good for us to prepare a work program that has the priorities you've endorsed. So if
Okay,
you don't mind doing that, we'd appreciate it.
absolutely. Yes, Shelley.
To steal from the Lake Disabled Lake Tahoe, with respect to these restoration projects and EIP projects, I wonder if it would be beneficial to create, the league has eyes on the lake. How about eyes on the environment? And enlist people like Steve Dolan, and he's kind of an authority when it comes to Third Creek, to be our ambassadors in the field so that it reduces the amount of staff time necessary to monitor, these key environmental areas. And if there's something going on that the TRPA is not aware of, because you can't be everywhere at once, these people would be, enlisted to keep the agency apprised of potential problems and issues.
I was just going to say on Julie's behalf, because she was coughing, she's planning on a number of community meetings, and Kim has talked about how to get better plugged into the community. So I think that's a great adjunct to that strategy.
I'll add one more. I think it's great. Citizen science programs, we have some of them in place already, and we could look at those and see if they're touching all of our strategic priorities. I think that's a great idea. The more we can get the public involved in helping augment our eyes, ears, and monitoring, the better.
Any other comments? Yes, John.
So I guess my question would be, when you bring the work plan back, to what extent will be mapping out, say, a calendar of addressing specific projects or policy initiatives within those priorities? We know we have those, as you see the pictures in here, the umpteen sticky notes on all those, many of which were more specific than we're looking at today, around specific initiatives and not necessarily, and I suppose there would be some question about whether, the majority of the board would want certain things to come back, for example, but there were a lot of ideas, and I think it was a general sentiment about having more proactive policy initiatives that fit in these buckets and be less reactive to just what comes to us, and then getting more of those on the agenda. So what's the process by which those will be added to upcoming calendars, where the board can suggest things to be added that were perhaps on the sticky notes that are not yet added, et cetera?
I'm not sure what.
When do we see this as specific policy initiatives? Kind of, when do we see a calendar of when we'll be looking at those in our board meetings? Like, we'll have more action items, more proactive action items on our board agendas.
Typically what we have done, and I'll reiterate what both Kim and I said about trying to revamp the system a little bit. Typically what we've done is on the strategic priorities, bring you a Gantt chart with when we expect what to happen. But that doesn't cover, like Kim said, there's probably 30 core activities that we do here. Like, we have a monthly permitting process. We have a bunch of stuff that has had performance measures, like how quickly we respond to inspection requests and things like that. So you'll see all of that, but we're going to try to revamp it so it's a little bit more, does the public care how quickly our compliance team responds to a phone call? Maybe, maybe not. Well, so we'll try to cover those performance measures that we have in the past that might mean something. The priorities will have kind of a work plan to them. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, very specific action items that would go under each priority. So today we had a workshop, things that are coming up through committees, climate codes, or density and changes, or, transportation change, parking enforcement, all the various things we've seen today or heard about. But just when do we get a sense of, getting more of those on upcoming agendas? So we're kind of taking on specific items that are under those priorities in a more regular basis.
I think the way we'll try to address that is under each of the priorities, list the things that we're talking about. So for example, I'll just keeping Tahoe moving. What are we going to do about ITS and broadband? We'll explicitly talk about that when we expect things to happen. Does that give you?
And then I guess a related question would be, what are opportunities for the board to provide some input and direction on when we're considering things, at what pace?
Well, that's what the work plan will have.
Right.
And then frankly, what we're hoping is it's specific enough that you say, yes, do that. If we come back every month and you're changing our priorities, we're not going to get anything done. So we're going to try to bring you something that's as specific as we can be, but not locking us into, when things we don't know for sure are going to happen. So I guess that's the best. I should let you answer.
Yeah, I'll jump in and just build on that. Thank you, Madam Chair, and for the question. I would also suggest that we could, in the work plan, give you that timeline for some of those key initiatives that map to our 3 to 6 month board calendar. We do, we have a 6-month calendar. Things ebb and flow. Today, we continued an item that's going into not sure which month now. So it's a very fluid dynamic, but happy to sit down and talk about that as we do the work plan build out.
And there's always a time on our agenda where board members can give reports or make suggestions, so we can provide that feedback if we're not getting to something and we need to course correct. So
yeah, what we're trying to be careful about, John, is I worked for another local government and it will remain unnamed. And when they got their priorities, every council member put them down. They had 20 some odd priorities. And the city manager said, we have no priorities if we've got 20. So we've got to have a smaller set that we can get to. We'll try to be as specific as we can about what's in there and when it comes, but we can't get everything in the world in there.
right, correct. And things come at us that we have to respond to with major projects or other issues, initiatives. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Shelley.
One quick question. Do we have a compilation of all the comments that were made? Could you send those out to the board? I'm not suggesting that we add to the work plan. But there may be, as we, tick off these various things, we may be able to augment with things we're considered of lesser importance, but are nevertheless, worth considering.
This is Kim for the record. I think, what about this? So we do have a compilation of all of those sticky notes, and we're going to use that to inform the work plan. There was a lot of suggestions in there, and I do think we want to get that list back to you, but then we'll show you how we distilled that into the work plan. And then you can see if it makes sense from how it went from A to B.
Thank you. Good. Okay. With that, our next item on the agenda is Executive Director Status Report. And it's only been 6 months. When I look at where we've come in 6 months, and what we've accomplished and what we've done, Julie, I've just got to hand it to you. I can't believe it's only been 6 months because a lot has occurred. And I was approached about how we wanted to handle this 6-month review, because as you recall, when we gave Julie her offer, we suggested that we wanted to check in. We didn't want to wait a full year and then say, hey, this wasn't working, or we want more work on this. We wanted to have that honest dialogue. So I was asked how to put it on the agenda. I just said, put it on the agenda the way we would do a normal annual review. And I'm sorry, Angela, I'm jumping in, but I want to thank the board and Julie for this opportunity to put it on a public agenda. And Angela, I'll let you take it from here. Or Julie, take it
I have a
from here.
couple slides and then we'll turn it over to Angela. Thank you.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Madam Executive Director, for
Yes.
interrupting. I'm so sorry.
Hello.
But I just have a question of clarification on the agenda. It says under the strategic planning retreat that it's an action item. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't overlooking any type of action.
Good read on that. I'm so sorry. I was in such a hurry to get through the reports and get to John's discussion item, Mr. Marshall's discussion item on open meeting law. So you'd like a motion to accept that? Okay.
If you could endorse those priorities, we'll prepare the work plan that way.
Would somebody like
Move
make
to endorse.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. I think that's an endorsement. Okay, Julie, I apologize.
Oh,
need a
thank
roll
you. No,
call?
good catch.
No?
Good catch.
You're good.
I was taking head
That was a
nods,
good
but
catch.
I'd like
That's
it
right.
more firm than that. So thank you. I know time is of the essence, so I'm going to move through this, but I did have some opening remarks because it has been 6 months and I can't believe it's flown by in a blink. But there are some things I wanted to draw your attention to, and then we'll fold that into the update of the work plan, and then we'll come back at the end of the calendar year. I really want to thank this board for supporting me in this last, it feels like, even though I've been at the agency so long, I was talking to Bud the other day. He said, well, I've been here 5 years. I think I'm just getting the hang of it. And I said, well, I've been here 20 years and I think I'm just getting the hang of it. It's a complicated landscape. So thank you to the chair and to the vice chair and to all of you for being there for me this last 6 months. It's been a team. And to our executive team, our operations group, and the whole entire staff. Everything I'm going to cover in this short few minutes is but a blip on the actual work that's done around this building, and nothing is done alone. We all do it together. We're a team, and I am just honored to lead this team. And so please know these are just some highlights, and there's a lot of other great work going on. So we can go to the next slide. I just tried to pull out a couple key measures. I want to mention to what Hester said a second ago. Going to meetings, we do a lot of meetings, but what did they achieve? And those of you who have worked with me for a long time know, I always say activity does not equal achievement. And so what are we getting to? And we have a lot of measures at TRPA, but these were just a couple for me in my last 6 months in the agreement that we struck when I accepted the job, that we would reflect on this. And one of my first priorities was meeting with every single staff member. So 70 conversations of our team, which were incredible. Like, we have the most talented team. I am so fortunate to be in this position. And I'm happy to tell you, we don't have any current openings at the agency, which is actually quite wonderful, given the job market and the state of affairs in most organizations. So very happy about that. And then we have made 10 organizational shifts and some promotions, some restructures as a result of my position. And we are flying a new position that's internal only, a restructured position that I wanted to flag for you. And so hopefully at your next meeting, we'll have a new member of our executive team. We're bringing a science and policy member of the TRPA staff to our executive team to really highlight that science and policy connection, which we all know is so important. So that is not a +1 position, but it is a bit of a restructure. So that's still underway, but there have been a lot of shifts and the team has just embraced those shifts. I'm so proud of everyone for stepping up, for getting in there and doing good things. I went back for the last 6 months, the 30 board actions. You know, that is not including some very perfunctory approving financial statements, but some pretty big actions like the Biltmore Waldorf Astoria project permit revision, but also things like approving the FTIP amendment, which might seem, you know, administrative and ministerial. That's the Transportation Improvement Program that you all approved last month as the MPO, but that represents $100 million in annual transportation investment. So it sometimes feels like in the churn of things that we get, you know, we get bogged down, but when you really look back, 30 actions over the last 6 months is pretty significant, and they're making a difference on the ground. And so we really wanted today to not only just talk about the destination stewardship plan, but then talk about those projects. And so we thought it was important for Shannon to really share the EIP practical implication of those projects on the ground. And then 35 plus, I lost count at 35. There's a lot more than that of direct stakeholder meetings that I've had over 6 months. And I really have to thank Maria for the calendar juggling. It's been a nightmare just trying to meet with as many of you, of the 21 members of our advisory planning commission, our staff, the community, and these are ongoing and will never end. But I really tried to do as many in the last few months as I could. So we'll just do the next slide. And one of those key stakeholders right out of the gate in the first of the year was the chair of the Washoe Tribe, Sorrel Smokey. And I just wanted to reflect on how incredible that meeting was. And that has opened even more doors of conversations between TRPA and the tribe. We were already engaging the tribe, but one thing that came out of that as an idea was to have one TRPA staff person who will be Victoria Ortiz to be an official liaison from TRPA with the Washoe Tribe. And we have identified even more projects that we can work together on beyond what's already happening, like at Meeks Bay Restoration, for example. And then also at the kickoff of the new year, you know, nothing stops just because you have a new director, life goes on. So you've got a session in Nevada going, you've got a session in California and the Congress. So we had a trip to Washington with Tahoe stakeholders. We had our budget in Nevada, which we're pleased as we can be about. I'll comment on that as we wrap up. But and then we had our annual report production, which I'm so proud of from last year. And we use that in all of those important meeting opportunities. Next slide, please. So taking care of Tahoe, I wanted to flag a couple of highlights over the last 6 months. You heard already these briefings, but we are doing a lot more in Spanish. And so those pictures in the upper left and the lower right are with Victoria and with our team who completely interpreted Spanish speaking workshops. And that's something we'd never done before fully. And we're doing a lot more of it. And we found it so rewarding. We have a new web translator for different languages on our trpa.gov site. And that took a lot of work with our technical staff, folks like Linda Allen and people who work with that software. But we're doing more of that, and we're incorporating a lot of equity goals from our equity committee of staff into our work plan and budget. And then also things like the trail strategy that you heard about today that are going to be ongoing. I'll take the next slide. And just wanted to give a mention of some of the external relationships that we have. I've reported to you before of my I gave 2 talks last year on the Cape and Cape Cod, and they had this One Cape Summit. And so what, you know, it's always nice to be able to do that, but what the power of doing that is the relationships that you then fold into your day-to-day work. So since that talk last summer, we've had multiple engagements. There's a Zoom picture of myself and Karen Fink with a representative from a community on the Cape that's struggling with affordable housing. And she's sharing with us ideas that they're trying, and we're sharing with them ideas that we're trying, and we are now on their official advisory group for a regional strategy on Cape Cod, and they have very similar issues that we do. So we're learning from that, and we're incorporating that into our day-to-day. Go to the next slide. And then, of course, we have to say, great job on the unanimous vote on the Lake Tahoe Community College, which is the picture kind of on the right side. And then going right in a clockwise form, you see the St. Joseph's Community Land Trust that you heard about from Jean Diaz, one of our Lake Spirit Awards. That's a screen grab of those 3 new affordable homes in the city of South Lake Tahoe. So the upper left picture there is with the city council and many of you and Supervisor Lane and many members of the community and Lynn Barnett, who really started that trust about 20 years ago, right when he was working here at TRPA. And then all the housing work, the Tahoe Living Group. I couldn't be prouder of the membership of the board and the staff that are working to advance what I've heard loud and clear from you, that housing is a priority. And then the next slide. And then, the press picks up on the big projects like the Waldorf Astoria, but the picture on the right is the file room. Meanwhile, people are grinding it out, scanning 2 million pages. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. 2 to 3 million pages are being scanned in a project that Nevada, through the budget, is funding to support. And we've had other funding support through Federal Rescue Act funds to get that done. And then the 11 million that went to transportation grants that you heard about last month. So there's a lot happening, and we're not, no grass is growing under the team's feet. And the next slide, I have to thank our board chair for doing an incredible presentation at the State of the South Shore Address, and Member Lane and other members of the community went out to hear about what's going on the South Shore. But we have to get our message out. And one thing that's passionate, I'm passionate about with my background is being engaged with the community and making sure that we're available and that we have publications like Tahoe in Depth, the new issues coming out in just a couple of weeks. So we are very bullish on community engagement and trying new things. And one thing I wanted to flag here, the Tahoe Keys item generally gets a lot of community engagement and public comment. We held a webinar last week and we answered dozens and dozens of questions at that webinar before that item specifically, so that we then could free up your time to have more discussion. So we're trying more of that in the future, to hold webinars that are of big topics of interest the week before the board meeting. And then we hope that that'll allow a lot more time for your discussion. And then we're not in this, runaway time crunch that we tend to get in. So we're working on that. We'll go to the next slide. And then I had to share this graph. This PDF file, which was an email as a highlight for me for the last 6 months. I got this in my inbox and it said the vice president is inviting you to her residence for an Earth Day event. And I immediately, called IT and said, I think I just got spammed, and we might have to pay cryptocurrency because I think I clicked on something and somebody's going to hack our whole system. But it turns out it was real. So the next slide, for Earth Day, I went back to Washington and I did get to go to the Naval Observatory, which is the residence of the vice president, and see Vice President Harris give an incredible, moving and inspirational talk around Earth Day. And the business that we're all in is relationships, and how I ended up finding out, I didn't find out until I got there, how it all came to be. And it was from her top environmental policy staffer who worked for her when she was in the Senate, and invited me to this. And his name is Ike Irby, and we had worked with him a lot and had tours in Tahoe. So I got to go to the Naval Observatory and join a lot of people, a couple hundred people there to talk about the environment and Earth Day. And the U.S. Naval Observatory is the official timekeeper of the military and the Department of Defense. So that's not a doomsday clock. That was just like the official time of day when I left the residence, so I could mark it, because it was incredibly exciting. And it was a great honor to be able to be representing you and TRPA and Tahoe in the national, on the national stage. And that's really important, I think, for us to be a leader in that space. And so the next slide, almost done. We're wrapping up. So just a couple points of note, the Nevada budget success. And I appreciate Member Dis mentioning that earlier. We couldn't have done that without you. I mean, the Nevada delegation came together from all aspects of this process that really spans the last year. So big thanks to our Nevada board members for supporting us, getting additional monies plus the 1/3 share and keeping California whole, record federal appropriations, and really an expanded partnership with many of our partners that I've worked very hard to build those relationships so that we can talk to our congressionals or our state reps with one voice through advocacy, and to bring you into that as well. Really appreciated the board chair going to Sacramento last week to join in those conversations with our partners. So with that, we'll take the last couple slides here, and that is just a thank you again, and to thank all of you who had participated in the survey of the retreat related to the venue. We are planning another one. I want to remind you in August that we have a walking tour, and we're going to be actually meeting in Kings Beach at the North Tahoe Event Center, and we'll have a walking tour. That was one of my commitments, to have more field visits with this group, and then also to have another retreat in the fall. And so your survey responses are helping us plan that retreat. So we appreciate that. And then my wrap up is a plug for the coffee talks that we're kicking off. And I want to thank Haley Williamson. She's planning to join me in the morning, just here having coffee with some members of the community. I'm doing that on the North Shore. And then I'm also taking that show on the road to go into other restaurants and coffee shops around the basin, after work. This is just the first one. So appreciate all that support. And there's a lot to do. Opportunities abound, never a shortage of challenges. So thanks for your support and for your confidence in this wonderful staff that we have. It's our pleasure to keep the train rolling down the tracks. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And now, Angela, I think you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Angela Ashley, Director of Human Resources for TRPA. So in combination with Julie's summary of accomplishments over the last 6 months, we also have a motion that needs to be approved. When Ms. Reagan was offered the position of Executive Director in November of 2022, the offer letter included an eligibility for a 2.5% pay increase after completion of that initial 6-month review. And staff is recommending that Ms. Reagan receive the 2.5% pay increase effective May 28th, 2023, in accordance with that signed offer letter, and as indicated in the staff report. So if you want to pull up the motion, thank you. So in order to approve the compensation increase, the board must make the following motion, and that motion is to increase the executive director's salary by that 2.5% increase, which is $195,37 to $199,929.
Thank you, Angela. Are there any questions? Comments from the board? I probably need to go to the public. Are there any members of the public who would like to address this item? Oh, good job. Is there anybody online who would like to address this item?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online.
Okay, then I'd entertain a motion that you just saw. Thank you, Director Settlemeyer, and we'll call the roll.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda, Mr. DeCara,
All right.
Ms. Faustinos, Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Absolutely.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
She had to leave, but she had already talked with me about approving it, but she's not here to make that voice vote, so can't be her proxy.
Ms. Gustafson.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to cast my non-vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Bud. Julie, I'm sorry we're so rushed. I know we need to get on with this, but you've done an incredible job. And I think we're also very proud of where you've come from in 6 months and where you are today. And thank you. Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Marshall, you've been waiting months to give us this this presentation and it's 5 minutes after 4.
It's the highlight. Let's kind of be honest here, almost all of you are serve on another board, have worked on legislation that is directly relevant. Everybody except Vince. So we're talking your language.
This one is for you.
Why not just read it at home?
Yeah.
For you.
No, but seriously, I think the 3 things we'd like to talk about are just spend most of our time on the open meeting law, a little bit of time on TRPA's ethical obligations, and then finally, just a short word on ex parte contacts and requirements, just as a quick refresher. I think you all have the multi-page handout. It's yours to take home. There's other resources available if you want to look at it your own. The Nevada Attorney General's office has a nice guide on their website to the Nevada open meeting law. And I guess the first question is, how do we get there? And that's Compact Article 3D. This is slide 2, which essentially says that we shall conduct our meetings shall be open to the public to the extent required by the law of the state of California or the state of Nevada, whichever imposes the greater requirement applicable to local governments at the time the meeting is held. There's a couple of important things in there. One is that this is one of the few instances in which the compact incorporates state law. So unlike other areas, our laws don't necessarily, you can't necessarily preempt any inconsistent state law because the compact says you need to follow one or the other. TRPA historically and still follows Nevada open meeting law as the stricter of the two, because primarily it has more strict obligations or prohibitions on open and what meetings can go into closed session. But what's also important to notice about Article 3D is that it articulates it doesn't wholly incorporate either state's OML. What it does is it says the meeting shall be open to the extent required by these 2 laws. We have our own law, a lot of our own rules regarding noticing and various other things that are covered by the OML, Nevada OML, but that we look to the compact and our rules of procedure for those items, and you'll see one of them pop up. But I'm going to give you a quick run through of the Nevada open meeting law. I'd rather not make this just me blathering. So I know many of you have had lots of experience with not only Nevada open meeting law, but the local Brown Act for California. Stories, lessons learned, et cetera, would be great to make this a little peppier. Okay, let's start. The legislative intent is fairly, I think, self-obvious. We're conducting the public's business and it should be done to the maximum extent possible in the public. And so, in some ways, COVID has been a little bit of a challenge for that. In other ways, it's expanded opportunities for public participation through the different ways in which we can now broadcast and allow people to participate. First off, you're a public body. So that's OML applies to public bodies. And a public body is 2 or more people that are, I'm going to be paraphrasing here a lot, that is conducting the public's business. So if it's just one of you, that's not it's not a public body. But in almost all instances, when you all get together, you're acting as a public body when it's a committee meeting, when it's a governing board meeting, when it's a informal committee that really needs to be recognized as a committee. It hasn't been, particularly approved by the governing board, but if it operates to make recommendations to this body, it's a public body that needs to meet noticing requirements and other requirements of the open meeting. Turning to the second page, a meeting is what
the open meeting law applies to. So if there is a meeting, it must be conducted in consistent with the open meeting law. If it's not a meeting, then the open meeting law doesn't apply. So what's a meeting? And it's a gathering, you'll see it's a gathering where these three things are happening. There's a quorum present, there's deliberation, and there's an action. And so all of our meetings essentially have these components. So when you ever get together, it is rare that there is something that can take place that is not a meeting. And generally, you want to conduct those things in with public participation anyway. And so that's kind of essentially what is a meeting, what is not a meeting on page slide 7, social functions, attorney-client communications, and specifically training regarding legal obligations of the public body under the Nevada open meeting law. The things to be careful about a meeting is create a meeting by not when you don't intend to. So and that's essentially what we're talking about, the serial communications or walking meetings. So you can't conduct business outside of the public eye by serially communicating with each other, either orally, by email, by text. These can happen in different ways, by telephone. You can't have the chair talk with the vice chair, talk with Vince, talk to Alexis, and essentially deliberate and come to a decision, come into open session and execute that decision. That's a violation of the open meeting law because that deliberation was happening behind closed doors or not open, not in a public meeting. So one of the common pitfalls there that I just want to emphasize is hitting reply all to some group communication. Yes, Vince.
I was just curious, we are not allowed to deliberate, but we can share information and we can get feedback to incorporate into things. Is that to be presented, or?
I think what you need to be careful about is information flow is fine. But when you all of a sudden you shift from information flow to feedback, you want to call it feedback, that's fairly close to deliberation. Okay. If you can, like if you call Alexis and say, hey, what'd you think about this? Now that's probably deliberation, but you don't have a quorum. If it's just the two of you, where you get into trouble is when all of a sudden 4 of you are talking and those 4 people constitute a quorum of a committee. So you can have those conversations, but you need to be careful about the extent to which they have them and the number of board members that you have them with. And you have to kind of keep in the back of your mind all your various committees, because that's a smaller number, right? So if it's 6 people, your quorum is 4. If it's the board, 4 is not a quorum.
Okay.
So it doesn't, you just have to remember those contexts. So generally just a couple people, if you're going to.
But you can
check in
send
with
out
someone.
something to everyone and get individual feedback to compile or
No,
discussion.
you can't.
You can't.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, no,
I mean, not on a
Yes,
reply
you
all
can.
kind of thing, individual.
no, you can't.
Okay.
So that's a sense polling, which is not allowed.
Okay.
So that's deliberation.
Yeah.
And you're doing it behind, but we just sent you a poll regarding, some feedback on the retreat. So we looked at that and that was, that's essentially non-deliberative, just, providing feedback on what you would like to see in a future, future retreat. So you're not deliberating towards an action of some kind. If you're talking about mixed use definition, what do you think of that? Those are the kind of things that you got to be very careful about. You can check in with a couple people, but you can't extend basically beyond that.
Okay.
So
Can I add some color here?
Yeah.
Mr. Marshall?
please.
So the county culture I find is very interesting, and it's something I think that they do very well. Among the 5 supervisors, so we can only talk to one other person about any specific item. They start out by saying, hey, have you talked to anybody about the Frontier project? So it gives you an opportunity to stop it dead in the middle. Yes, I already have, so we can't discuss that. The other thing is sometimes a person will box you in on purpose. They'll come to you and not ask you that question, just dive right into a conversation. And now they've taken away my ability to go talk to someone else. So it is a real thing, and meaning my specific example was the chair position. The current chair came to me and said, hey, I want to talk to you about this chair, and then went on and on and on. And I was like, oh, wow. So you just totally messed me up, because now I can't talk to anyone else because I heard what you had to say. So it is something you have to be really careful about. It's a real thing.
So just to reemphasize, because there's only 5, that means 3 is a quorum. So we have a little more flexibility here because of the numbers, but you have to keep that in your mind when you're undertaking those kind of calls. And most of the time, this is your own, you have to be your own watchdog, because I don't know what's going on. The public doesn't know what's going on. So this is an implementation of the public meeting law that really rests in your hands as, public servants. Okay. So we've talked about what is a meeting. I'm not going to go into much about notice and agenda. We take care of that, so you don't have to worry about it. But fundamentally, there are some tighter timelines in the compact than, or they're more, I don't want to say restricted. They provide more notice, greater periods of notice than, should I be saying advancing slides, or you're with me? I haven't been looking up there. Okay, so shifting on to, I do want to talk a little bit about agendizing items and your ability to talk about the subject matter or related subject matters to items that are agendized. Basically, you can only discuss and deliberate on agendized items. If they're not agendized, you may be able to make some comments when, if for example, you individually can say something regarding, when we go around the room for board member comments. But to have a discussion about something and deliberate about something, it has to be noticed. And it has to be noticed with enough specificity to allow the public to know what it is that your guy's going to be talking about. So you oftentimes see somewhat long, like the RPIC agenda today, the city wanted to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. So we basically had to put a whole bunch of stuff in that notice. So which is generally a longer agenda item than you'll typically see, because either we can state, we can specifically refer to something, or it's already some item that in combination with the staff report, you can identify what is the specific point that you want to talk about. There's some feeling that the more controversial an item, the more specific you should be regarding notice. But I think we try to err on conciseness, but meaningful conciseness, so that you can get the feeling of what's being, what is your range of communications you can have on any particular agenda item. What that means is that you can't go beyond that. So if you really want to talk about something that maybe is related to some aspect, but is outside of a reasonable reading of the agenda item, you need to ask for that item either to be expanded on the next agenda, or to find some other way to get your thoughts across that you wanted to talk about. We certainly can't take any action that's not agendized. So we tried, I think we're fairly good at you guys keeping within agenda items. Part of my job is to say halt, you're outside the scope. I haven't really had to do that much. So I think we do a pretty good job of both agendizing and you guys minding your P's and Q's. I love lecturing. This is wonderful. About keeping on agenda items. So it's, I think we're doing pretty well with that. I don't think we have Alexis, how do you think we're doing in terms of Excellent. A+. Okay. There's some additional stuff about a clear and complete agenda items and public minimum of public notice, and where you need to notice, you can, if you want to know how we do that, but essentially Maria does all the noticing. I do want to draw a distinction between two different types of noticing and the agenda. So under the Nevada open meeting law, you need to notice a meeting, which is essentially our first page of our meeting packet. And then you have to have an agenda. They often are just the same document. TRPA, the compact, requires us to notice regional plan and related amendments. So we have a 21-day meeting notice requirement for those things, which is not an agenda. It's just a notice that we publish in the newspaper. So I don't know if you've had the pleasure of reading maybe where this has been illustrated recently is in one of the comments that we get somewhat repeatedly on the telecommunication towers, and they compare an NTRPA, Nevada TRPA agenda with a TRPA notice. So they're serving two different functions. Our notice is what's published in the paper, not our agenda. NTRPA does it a little differently and publishes in the newspaper both their notice and to some extent their agenda. So I just wanted to draw those two different things. So we notice at least 3 weeks in advance the regional plan level type changes. Sometimes we err on the we over notice on that, but we'd rather be safe than sorry with those noticing requirements. So that's our 21-day notice. Then we have our 7-day notice and agendizing that we do for the actual meetings. Okay. Closed sessions. So under the Nevada open meeting law, this is, and you guys have chafed under this. I know some of you Nevada members have had to deal with it a lot more than we have to, but it's very limited in terms of when we can go into closed or executive session. And where it really bites, this really, we come to grips is this in personnel evaluations, particularly of the executive director and myself, where that has to be conducted specifically under the Nevada open meeting law in open session, where you can't go into closed session for those items. We can obviously go in for legal communications, go into executive or closed session really under the Nevada open meeting law. That's a non-meeting as opposed to being in closed session, but it's basically the same thing. If there's any questions about closed sessions, our ability to go in the closed sessions, please call me, or we can, if there's any questions, we can talk about it. Yeah.
To add color, to steal Member Lane's word, to that, I would just wanted to know, because I do think it's different in California, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that part of the reasoning behind having the evaluations open and in public is because any delegation of authority that's established in statute, then whoever that authority gets delegated to, they become a public body. So you can't delegate the authority for an evaluation to a subcommittee, because then that subcommittee becomes a public body that then has to have open meeting. So not only just the general formation of subcommittees, but anytime you delegate those specifically outlined authorities that are in statute, basically.
Even main part of that, even though it's not officially an official committee of the governing board or a public body. So even the APC, subject to open meeting law, they create a subcommittee, either informally or formally, the open meeting law applies. Okay, so we can talk about public comment a little bit. Under the Nevada open meeting law, you can there's multiple ways of providing legal public comment. And that's either at the end of or at the beginning of the meeting and with each agenda item. You can also do it at the end of the meeting, but you have to at least provide some opportunity to provide public comment prior to you taking action. So that's either by a general public comment period in the beginning or specific comment periods with each one. And then you need to provide a subsequent comment period for items not on the agenda. So what we do is we provide people with the ability to comment publicly on each item and then a general public comment period at the end. We can talk about conduct, but I think that's relatively self-explanatory. In the interest of time, we can move on. And I just wanted to end with on the open meeting law 2 slides, one on our rule of procedure 2.16, which we just adopted recently. There we go. Thank you very much. And, you know, we don't follow the Nevada open meeting law or the California open meeting law regarding our teleconferencing, video conferencing policy. And you'll see what I thought were the key elements for that.
Question, Ms. Marshall.
Yes.
James Settlemyer for the record. I was curious on the remote participation capped at 5 times per year, how that applies in the realm of if I'm a little bit late and I decide to call in to make sure we have a quorum, or if a person has to leave early, you know, if they're here the majority of the meeting, does that, I mean, because they use 5-10 minutes of teletime, does that constitute that, or how does that work?
We talked about that, I think specifically when we adopted this rule, and fundamentally that if you make it, it's not a meeting that counts against your 5.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall.
Okay. Any questions on teleconferencing or video conferencing? We addressed that relatively recently. I don't think there's any key things. I think you've seen that now that we're back in person, almost, you know, we have, you know, pretty good attendance.
I'm assuming Maria is probably keeping track of who's here and who isn't here, because I think the individual board members, everyone's very busy and they may lose track of how many times they've opted to participate remotely and find themselves in kind of an awkward position if they exceed the 5.
You're all chipped. And so Maria's got it down.
It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
a choke collar.
See that little light up there?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Let's talk about violations for a second. The reason why we need to take these things seriously is that a violation of our obligations to be consistent with the Nevada open meeting law can result in an invalidation of an action. And so it has great consequences for your work and you know, the effort that staff and you all and the public go through to bring an item to adoption. And if there's some violation, you know, sometimes we can get away with a technical violation, but if there's a substantive violation, then potential remedy is that the action is invalidated. And so that's pretty consequential. Now, Nevada open meeting law has, I think both criminal and civil penalties for violations. You know, I take the position that those things are not incorporated within the compact's outreach or what meetings should be open. It's a different section, but I can't say that would be a defense to a board member's violation of the open meeting law, an intentional violation of the Nevada open meeting law while sitting as a TRPA board member. So the consequences are not insignificant.
John, do we have any open complaints with the AG?
We do. We've had Doug Flaherty we have one that's been sitting for a year plus. I think a lot of the open meeting law complaints are very slow these days. I think just because of the resources available to the Attorney General. I've been in contact with the Deputy AG who's doing the work. You know, I think so far nothing particularly negative is coming out of that. There may be some suggestions for how to better work on some agendizing or something like that. Okay, so unless I was going to switch gears to ethics. Unless there is comments.
Actually, Mr. Marshall, Gabriel DeCara for the record. On behalf of Secretary of State Francisco Aguilar, there are just two pieces of legislation moving in the Nevada legislative session that will affect open meeting law. It's AB 52 and AB 219. Have you been, I assume, following this? Okay, well, so one of them, not to 219, I don't think it mostly relates to public meetings that do not have presently or maybe not being held with an in-person component. So I don't think 219 would affect this body, but there's an item in 52. Both of these bills are moving forward and have passed at least one house in a bipartisan fashion. So I think there's a good chance that they could get signed. There's an element of AB 52 that would, if there is a vacancy of a public body, that vacancy would not count towards the quorum, right? So it would make it easier, at least in terms of the Nevada meeting law, to have a quorum if there were a vacancy where someone was not elected or appointed, which I think could be helpful moving forward.
It wouldn't apply, only because the compact specifically sets our quorum rules. So that would preempt, that flexibility that might be provided.
Got it. Thank you. Gabriel DeCara for the record. And yeah, there's just a few items in there, I think, that relate to notice in one of those bills that relate to notice as well.
We'll keep track of those. We usually rely on the Nevada AG's office to put out their end of the year or post summary of those bills.
Mr. Marshall?
Yeah.
I have, before you leave this and go to ethics, I have two questions for you with regards to social media and especially serial communications. I think I know the answer in California, and I'm wondering if it's the same. And that is, if you comment on somebody's Facebook page, for example, and previously, like 2 days before, like let's say John and I are both on the city council. So 2 days before, John had put a comment on this, and then I commented later, and then a week later, the mayor comments. Is that considered a violation? Serial
Obviously,
communication?
it constitutes, in my mind, this test is really functional, not so much what specific mechanism you're using. So whether it's social media, whether it's, you're just texting each other, if what in essence you're doing is communicating and deliberating, then it counts. So that the aggregate of those, that comment list over time can have the same function as just calling somebody up. So because it's not face-to-face, or because it's on a public social media account, doesn't matter.
You still have to be really careful.
You still have to, it's the function
Yeah.
of what's happening that you need to look at.
Gotcha. And then my other question would be relative to Facebook. If you have a Facebook account and you have it in your official capacity, and somebody writes something on your Facebook page that you either don't agree with or didn't solicit, and you either hide it or delete it, is that considered a violation of a constituent's First Amendment right?
That's a fairly complicated analysis, but my short answer is I don't think so, unless a court has held that your public Facebook account is a public forum.
Right.
So it's like, if you could compare it to an open meeting or something else that the government is sponsoring as a public forum, then First Amendment rights apply. I think a lot more, I'd have to know a lot more about the specifics to say whether or not there's a specific First Amendment problem with deleting something that was posted.
Yeah, and I just mention it because this whole social media realm has really taken off. And I think we have to be careful as members of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency or whatever our other capacities are, to really be careful about what you put out there and to think about how it could be perceived.
And the other thing that you need to be careful about in that scenario is public records. So you may have, by creating your public facing or just any website, if you're conducting the public's business on that website and you create a record, then you can delete it if you do it consistent with your public records policy. But you need all of a sudden, but it becomes on the, the drafting of it, potentially a public record. And then there's a whole other set of laws that apply to public records that, can also lead to violations of maintaining and or having to respond and provide public records in that instance. Okay, should we move on quickly? Did you want to? I can't. Okay. Okay, let's quickly then talk about ethics and ex-party contacts. The compact's ethics requirements are relatively, compared to the Nevada Code of Ethics and California Code of Ethics, relatively sparse. There in Article 3, there's a general, I'm sorry, I somehow dropped a slide about this one. There is a general of the compact, there's a general requirement that no member or employee of the agency shall make or attempt to influence an agency decision in which he knows, should really be he or they know, or has reason to know that they have an economic interest. And members and employees of the agency must disqualify themselves from making or participating in a matter of the agency when it is reasonably foreseeable that decision will have a material effect distinguishable from its effect on the public generally, on the economic interests of the member or employee. And going along with that is the slide in the handout that talks about, for TRPA purposes, what is an economic interest? And that's fundamentally, it's set out there, but it's fundamentally income generated in the basin, real estate or other investments in the basin, and any so source of income. And then if you're a director, officer, partner, trustee, or employee of a business operating in the basin. If you have one of those things and there's something that we're doing that affects it, come talk to me. And then we can work through your ethical obligations and whether or not your participation creates a conflict of interest, and whether or not, and what you need to disclose about that. It's, we could come up with lots of different scenarios. I think recent recent press on Supreme Court justices and what they can do provides great, it doesn't apply to the rest, to you all. So don't take that as precedent. If those, if you had that kind of contact, then you'd have a conflicting interest. But then it depends on what's coming before you also as to whether or not that would be something you'd have to disclose, and whether or not that would be something that would disqualify you from participation in that item. So I would.
Sorry.
Did you want to?
Not to prolong, but just quickly, do you have like a very short, succinct example of the distinction between direct and indirect?
You mean are you talking about whether or not it's affects the general public?
No.
Or you're just talking about?
Yeah,
whether
if the a business entity or real property in which the member or employer has a
So-
direct or indirect
So
investment.
direct is going to be something like actually being paid.
Right.
And indirect will be something that affects that business that pays you. And so I think there's, I'll look for something that maybe provides a little better definition of that.
And John, for people who may have interest in the Tahoe Basin, for example, when we were considering the shoreline ordinance, and some of us had buoys, you know, the test was whether or not we would benefit any more than anyone else in a similar situation. And disclosure was only required, not recusing.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there's so if you have an interest, you know, again, come to me. Okay, quickly, ex parte contacts. First, what are they? An ex parte contact is meeting with somebody, communicating with somebody outside the context of a public meeting. So it's information that the public does not have the opportunity to share. And so in general, there's a division between quasi-legislative matters and quasi-adjudicatory matters. Quasi-legislative is when you're adopting general rules, so master plans, regional plan, any sort of planning document, that's a quasi-legislative action. Quasi-adjudicatory is when you're applying those rules to a specific factual circumstance. So most often for us, it's a permitting decision. So for, you know, to get a pier, that is a permitting decision. That is a quasi-adjudicatory action. You're applying specific criteria, codified criteria to a specific set of facts. Adoption of the Washoe County Area Plan is a legislative action. Sometimes they get confused. In Homewood, we have a master plan, which is a legislative document, and we have a permit that was issued underneath that, you know, master plan. So you're starting to talk to somebody about whether or not they should amend the master plan, and at the same time, maybe you're talking about whether or not the permit should be revised. Always err on the more strict policy. So if it's close to a quasi-adjudicatory action, assume that those are the rules that are going to apply. If it's clearly just something like a planning level document, then that's generally a quasi-legislative matter. So what is the outcome of that? If it's quasi-legislative, it's okay, in fact, probably encouraged to have discussions with interested folks on the legislation before you. And you don't have to disclose ex parte contact regarding quasi-legislative matters. You may choose to, but you're not obligated to. Vince.
Vince Henneman for the record. So I'm curious, like, I think probably almost all of us have been talked to by Keep Homewood Public, for example, recently. And or at least that's what they told me when I talked to them. So I did talk to them. So that has to be disclosed.
Correct. So when you disclose at the time you take action.
Okay. So because I was figuring as a board, we should be out talking with the public on a lot of different things, and we just have to disclose.
Generally, yes, but there is a feeling that for quasi-adjudicative matters, having ex parte contacts, is not appropriate. So there are people, I think Bailey is one, who chooses just not to have ex parte contacts for quasi-adjudicatory matters.
Okay.
Because you are communicating about something specific that then the public doesn't have access to, and it becomes really what it reflects is the ability of the decision maker to make a decision based on the public record. That's what you're obligated to do. And if you're having contacts outside of the public record and you're not disclosing and summarizing what those contacts are, then you potentially could be relying on something that the public doesn't have the ability to comment on or to know about.
Okay.
So
we just need to disclose them.
You need to disclose those contacts at the time. So that really covers the second item, which is adjudicative matters, and you must disclose. And at some point we can talk about conflicts of interest, and at what point you really become, for due process reasons, you should not participate because of your various connections with something, an owner of a pier or, something else that you feel uncomfortable with. But there's also countervailing to that, an obligation really to participate, and that you shouldn't recuse because of inconvenience, particularly with project votes, because you need a supermajority of board members for a project vote. And if you unreasonably recuse yourself, then that can have a significant impact on the ability for the agency to approve projects, whether it be, development, economic development projects or environmental restoration projects. Okay.
Can I have a
Yeah.
clarification? For the members of the TRPA board who are elected officials, I mean, part of their job is listening to their constituents, right? So you have a really controversial project. Not to say that's ever been the case with TRPA, but you have a real controversial project and you get a myriad of phone calls and a myriad of emails. Is it incumbent upon us to keep track of everyone we discuss a project with and disclose that at the meeting prior to the vote? That seems incredibly cumbersome when all you're doing is fulfilling your obligation as a public servant by taking those calls or responding to emails.
Well, remember, there's a difference between responding to an email and receiving an email. So that it's not an ex parte contact if someone, if people send us or send you comments.
Right, but
on
if you're
something.
expected to respond and
But if you're having a contact, if you're
Right.
responding, if there's a discussion, then yes, you should be keeping track of those.
okay,
So
all
you
right.
can disclose them.
Will you remind us before the vote to
Yes.
okay.
And that is,
Yeah, we need.
I
to-
know that is.
We knew it.
sometimes
We need to do
can-
a better job.
On our cheat
doing
sheet,
that.
we could
Yeah.
just say, are there any ex parte
Yeah.
disclosures to make today? Yeah.
Email beforehand.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I think we're done.
So John, the reason I've been talking to folks is that while we've been sitting here, I've had a allegation that a gentleman who sent, I think all of us are on the email from last night, public comment on the cell towers. Mr. Chain has threatened to sue me in federal court because it hasn't been made part of the record yet. And so maybe we should talk a little bit about the emails we get, because I always look to see if staff have been emailed, then I'm not worried about putting it on the public record, because I assume it has been received by the agency, and the agency will do what it needs to do to make that either part of the public record or not. But should we handle it in a different way? I mean, I think I've had 700 emails on Homewood, so I don't know. And I checked most of those that we were all getting those.
Yeah, and remember, there's a difference between what the public record is and public documents or public records.
Mhm.
So something that's sent to you is a public record. So in other words, it's, we keep it, it's an open document. If somebody wants it, we'll provide it to them. If it's submitted to us in response to an agenda item, like a public record, then it becomes part of, the public record for this meeting. And that generally, then we put it in a file and it's available to the public. Now, I think there may be some expectation that once you submit something to the governing board, no matter what it looks like, it needs to be posted on our website. And maybe that's what they're trying to get at, is it's now part of the public record, and I'm going to sue you because you haven't posted it yet.
That's correct.
That's a different question for us to handle on a case-by-case basis as to whether or not it's
I
actually
forwarded it
responsive.
to you.
Thank you very much. Does that sound all right, James?
I appreciate the discussion, but I think that if you follow the rule to its absolute conclusion, we'll never be able to do any business. There has to be some reasonableness within this discussion. If things are sent to an individual individually in an individual capacity, that is far different. It gets you into the question of, is it quasi adjudicative? That's the question to me at heart, not if it is a legislative matter. And I think that's something everybody just has to keep separate in their mind.
Mhm.
Because again, if it's just a regular matter that we're voting upon, people are contacting us, sending us emails. In the legislative context, I got 6,000 in a day one time.
Mhm.
What am I supposed to do?
Mhm.
If we actually follow the open meeting law, which the legislature exempts itself from because it's too difficult to follow.
That's it. Any other questions? Okay,
Okay, well, thank you, John, and thanks for the efforts, especially trying to navigate two states with legislatures who don't have to comply with some of what they make other governments do. So with that, we'll go on to item number 9, governing board member reports. Do any of the board members have reports they'd like to give? Okay. Yes.
Sorry, local housing. So the Tahoe Living Working Group met in April to further develop height, density, and coverage amendments, and our focus on making deed restricted housing more financially feasible. So the next step is to give a briefing on these amendments to the local government and housing committee, which will be meeting June 14th. And then the changes will come to the governing board in the fall, just FYI.
Thank you. So that was board member, or we'll just roll into committee reports because that was a committee report. Any other committee reports from any of the other committees? Not seeing any. So now we'll move on to our final public comment period. If this is a general public interest comment period for any member of the public wishing to address the governing board on any item listed or not listed on the agenda, including items on the consent calendar, may do so at this time. Please raise your hand here, or we will call on you also on Zoom if you want to raise your hand on Zoom. Hi, Steve.
Accomplished. Hello. Early this morning, this should have been in front of you. Does everybody have the little 3-page with the map in the back? Everybody has it. Okay. I don't think I did. Steve Dolan. Thank you. Okay, well then let's start at the back. It's a map of Third Creek that is in Incline Village with its tributaries. And I am just interested in presenting this information to you about Third Creek because it really has become the #1 most important creek on Lake Tahoe. It's not the aorta, but it's certainly important about the heart. It has recently become in 2022 the only recognized habitat for Lahontan cutthroat trout, a threatened species. That was stated by Craig Orley, who is an LTBMU supervisor, and told me that personally. So that makes essentially I'm transitioning from here. Let me stay here though. If you look at this map where it says Seven Springs Fork, there's a little tiny red meadow. That's the meadow that's being talked about in the email that I gave you with the YouTube Lake Tahoe Basin BMP violations connection. Maybe you looked at it, maybe you didn't. I got some responses. In any case, that meadow is where those things are happening. You can see all of the forks and whatnot in Third Creek that are so important. And the other thing about Third Creek being important is that Dr. Laney Galland in 2018 determined that Third Creek and Incline Creek next to it, 100 yards from it, are the 2 most genetically important creeks on the lake. Those 2, essentially because they never go dry for thousands of years. So they've maintained this historical life process, making those 2 streams important as well, but even including Third Creek more importantly because of its Lahontan cutthroat trout. Let's get back to the cutthroat trout. The U.S. Forest Service tends to, at least in the past, up until this year, has said that Third Creek is not habitat for the Lahontan cutthroat trout. Now they have to. It's their own determination. So that might change the permit that you have released to them on the basis that it is not Lahontan cutthroat trout. That's a standard question in their requests. And so the rest of this document kind of deals not only with that, but the request to basically stop that meadow work. And the reason I'm requesting that, well, first, let's go to this page, which is a page I hate. But basically, I've been asked by many people, including some board members, who I've spoken with at the U.S. Forest Service. As you can see here, 5 foresters over 3 years, all managing that area. Eric, and I only use first names because I'm not interested in a lawsuit. Time's up.
Yeah, I hate, since you've been with us all day, I'll give you a little more time, but please try to wrap up quickly because
Okay.
I know we have at least
Thank
one
you.
more online.
Just on this team thing, those are the people who have witnessed everything that's claimed in the video. And once again, I just would like to see, I don't think you can do it because it's too fast acting. And this is a time critical, but I'd love to see the permit reevaluated and stop the work at that meadow for 2023, because you now know from watching the video how dramatic the actions are that they're doing there without using BMPs. Thank you very much for the time and the lunch.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing anyone else in the room. Is there anyone online? Yes, Mr. Flaherty's hand is raised.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug Flaherty, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Madam Chair, members of the governing board, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. I just want to add to what Steve Dolan mentioned. First of all, the U.S. Forest Service handling and monitoring of this project is absolutely unacceptable. They're devastating that entire Incline Lake area, not to mention that the Toyabe National Forest is completely disregarding the whole Mount Rose corridor as far as looking after some of the environmental issues that are going on up there. But if there's any way that TRPA can weigh in, at least personally on a personal level, if you can't stop the permit, to make some calls and get this, straightened out. One of the reasons we're in this position is because TRPA in the past has kind of shed its responsibilities of oversight and of monitoring by signing these memorandums of understanding, these MOUs. And basically, once they do that, the Forest Service is on its own merit to follow the regulations. And, whatever anybody thinks of the Forest Service, which has a pretty low rating, at least the people that I know in the Tahoe Basin, we just can't rely on them to look after the environmental interests of the compact in the Lake Tahoe Basin. We just can't do it. And there's a myriad of items I won't go into, but from a reasonable standpoint, please do your best to try to get them to stop this permit and get this thing cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. I'm not seeing others. Are there any others, Catherine?
No, Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment. I had one quick announcement I forgot to make is that I will be missing the next meeting, so we'll definitely need the California board members here. And Haley will be running the meeting, and I'm sure she will make it briefer than what I've made today. So, yes, Julie.
Chair, thank you. I did want to let the board know that Wes Rice did have some surgery, and that's why he's not here today. He's recovering well. So think positive thoughts for Wes. And we'll pass along your
best
Thank
regards. Please do.
And then, Madam Chair, I did want to let our public commenters know that Kim Chevalier and I met with Eric Walker, the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit Forest Supervisor, on Monday, and we discussed the Third Creek and the Incline Lakes projects, and we're meeting with their staff to just to discuss the matters and the concerns raised.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Any opposed? Good.